Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? It's not going to stop.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome.
Your mic is off.
Yeah, no, I know.
Now you.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is. Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Thursday midday edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dobler, of course.
Hello.
Great to see everybody in here today. Appreciate you all being here. Nice crowd to start things off. We got 551 over in the YouTube chat, 158 filing in on Rumble. Please do smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and that follow button, but really smash the like button to work the algorithm for today. Appreciate you all being here very much. We are going to jump right into things today because we do have a special guest, a returning guest. He's been on this show a few different times, and it's always great to talk to him. He is an independent journalist. He's also an author of several books, including We Are City Builders, What is Innovationism, and Kamala Harris and the Future of America. That one is a bit dated, to be honest, but everything else, I think you'll get a lot out of. And even that one is a great book. It's a glimpse
she's
into
making
what
a comeback.
Yes, it's a glimpse into.
She's dropping F-bombs now.
That's right. That's right. His new book is, of course, Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, the whole story. Please welcome back to the show our friend Caleb Maupin. Caleb, great to see you again, man.
Sure, glad to be here.
Absolutely. Yes. Great to see you again. Glad we could put this together. It's been a long time coming. I know this book has been out for a few months, but this is obviously a big conversation starter. The question of Trotsky and the neocons, a very hotly debated subject. It brings them out, man. Like we've seen even in the chat before we started the countdown, we got people arguing about this. You know, this really brings it out of people. All I could say is it is advised that you not take Tylenol before watching this interview. That's what I would say if you're going to watch it in the chat, right? Because I know
fucking trots.
Exactly. So that is the book, and it weighs into a long-standing debate, obviously, about the connection between Trotskyists and the rise of neoconservatism. So can you just lay out for us what are the origins of that debate, and on what side of it do you ultimately land?
Well, it's interesting. So during the Bush years, that's when we first started hearing about the neocons, right? The New York Times and others kind of picked it up, and they started talking about how there was like a faction of people around the Bush administration who were advocates of regime change. And they were neoconservatives, and they were, a lot of them were formerly Trotskyists. And, generally you got like the Alex Jones crowd would talk about it. And their narrative is like, they're libertarians. Oh, Trotskyists are communists. Communists hate freedom. The neocons also hate freedom. It's that simple. More recently, like in the last couple of years, you've got this kind of Nick Fuentes narrative of like, communism is a Jewish conspiracy and the Trotskyists are all Jews and Zionism, and that's kind of, stupid. And there's actually some interesting history. If you go over why it is that so many people that were crafters of the very hawkish foreign policy that kind of defined the Republican Party, especially in the Reagan years up into the Bush administration, how they have their roots in Trotskyism. There's a very interesting story there. So I decided to write the book, and it's basically I go over Trotsky, who he was. I go over his fight with the faction called the New York Intellectuals in 1939. And then from there, I talk about how the New York Intellectuals went from left to right, and a lot of them ended up in the Republican Party during the Nixon years. And it says a lot. There's a lot there about geopolitics, about, what it means to be a leftist and ideology. It's an interesting story. And I mean, like one thing that comes up, for example, the name Max Shachtman. Right? That name is very obscure. If you're not a communist, you don't know that name. But if you want to play like 50 Degrees of Separation, or, what's the thing that the actor Kevin Bacon, like it all gets back to Kevin Bacon, like the entire Cold War political establishment gets back to Max Shachtman. He was the personal advisor, the top secretary of George Meany, the head of the AFL-CIO. Jean Kirkpatrick, the UN ambassador under Ronald Reagan, had been, one of his YPSL, Young People's Socialist League activists when she was a young college student in New York City. Carl Gershman, who was running the National Endowment for Democracy, had worked with him. Irving Kristol had been a follower of Max Shachtman. It's like this guy, Max Shachtman, this kind of obscure New York City Trotskyist who ended up supporting the Vietnam War and the Bay of Pigs invasion. Like the left and the right all kind of get traced back to him. And it's kind of amazing to see how this guy is connected to like pretty much everybody in post-Cold War, post-Second World War USA Cold War politics, especially as the Cold War is approaching its end. And there's an interesting story there. It's a very interesting story about a group of intellectuals who did not like Trotsky and broke with Trotsky. They were his followers in New York City. There was a pretty ugly fight in the Socialist Workers' Party in the lead up to the Second World War. They broke with Trotsky. They formed their own movement and eventually laid the foundations for first the New Left and then later the neoconservative movement that dominated Republican politics.
I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Let me just, if I could just, sorry about that. That was my fault. Yeah. If I could just plant the flag there, because I already see some people in the chat asking, what is Trotskyism? Okay, so this is obviously a huge conversation. But as it pertains to the question of the Trotsky-Neocon link, what in your mind, because I've heard you describe Trotsky as a sort of deviant, right? Yeah. I mean, yes, he was a Marxist. He didn't totally disavow the Soviet Union entirely, or totally disavow Marxism. Yeah, right, exactly. But he was, as you describe him, and you sort of place this in important context as it pertains to this debate, he was more pro-Western. As opposed to the more original Marxist Leninist. So can you kind of flesh out that distinction just so people have an idea where we're going?
Sure. Trotsky was a guy born in Kherson in, what is now, contested in the war. He studied in Odessa and he was a Russian radical. There was a big, Russian intelligentsia, like radical circles in Russia, people that wanted to overthrow the Tsar, various political movements. He was a well-known Russian radical. He spent most of his life in exile in places like Vienna and Paris and London and New York City, and he loved New York City. He called New York City the foundry where the fate of mankind will be forged. And he was this well-known Russian radical who had been kind of around the Bolsheviks, but when they moved to like form their own party, he wasn't willing to do it. And he had his own kind of faction. And when the Russian Revolution happened, he left New York City, went back to Russia, joined the Bolsheviks in July of 1917, like just right before they took power. And he was the foreign minister of the Soviet Union temporarily. And he was just a prominent, well-known Bolshevik leader at that point. And then he had a falling out with the Soviet leadership. There was kind of a fight between him and Stalin. Stalin became the leader. He didn't get along with Stalin. He was, exiled out of the country, moved to Turkey. He moved to France and eventually moved to Mexico. And in exile, he tried to form his own communist movement that would be opposed to the Soviet Union. And it was like his own breakaway from the Soviet Union, from the official brand of communism, the Communist International. And it was largely centered around a theory that he developed called the concept of the permanent revolution. That's really what defined Trotskyism, this idea that if you're in what he would call a backward country, like a country that's underdeveloped, like Russia at that time, or Vietnam, or China, or South America, or something like that, you can't really fully have socialism. You can have the working class take power, but then they have to spread revolution to where it really counts, which is the West, right? And the West is the best. The West is the center. It's about taking down the Western centers, having the industrial workers of the Western countries seize control of the West. That's the focus. And that he really wanted the Soviet Union to just kind of be a military holdout to spread revolution into the Western countries. Whereas Stalin was saying what we need is socialism in one country. We'll sign treaties with the West. We'll bring in foreign investment to stabilize and build up our economy. We're not on a mission to spread communism all over the world. We're instead, focused on building up and stabilizing and improving living conditions in the Soviet Union. That's when Stalin did his 5-year plans that raised the life expectancy and conditions of the people in the Soviet Union very rapidly, industrialized the country, etc. Stalin was saying that we basically have to focus on building up socialism in one country. Trotsky, on the other hand, was saying, well, we need to militarize the economy and we need to focus on kind of just, preparing to march communism into the West. And that was Trotsky's thesis, the concept of the permanent revolution, put him at odds with the Soviet leaders. He was in exile and he kind of built his own movement. And a lot of the intellectuals who had been attracted to the Bolshevik Revolution when it started, but didn't really like how the Soviet Union turned out. The Soviet Union was a bit conservative. It wasn't, it wasn't this like Shangri-La workers' paradise. It was a pretty authoritarian society. And because they didn't really like it, Trotsky kind of held on. Trotsky was their way of holding on to kind of the vision of this kind of pure egalitarian socialism. And he built a movement called the Fourth International. And he was this writer and intellectual. And in the final years of his life, he kind of functioned as a professional anti-communist. He'd been there. He'd been part of the Russian Revolution. And so he had the credibility to go around the world and say, well, the Soviet leaders, Stalin, they sold it all out. It's awful. And he had that credibility. And William Randolph Hearst, who had the Journal American, which was kind of the tabloid, the New York Post of the 1930s, would feature articles by Trotsky, why the Soviet Union will fail, why the Soviet Union's going to fall. At one point, they even wanted him to testify against Roosevelt before the U.S. Congress. Shortly before his death, he received an invitation from the Dies Committee. Martin Dies was a Republican who didn't like Roosevelt, was accusing Roosevelt of being a communist sympathizer because Roosevelt was kind of aligned with the Communist Party. So they reached out to Trotsky, and they were going to bring Trotsky to the United States to testify before the Martin Dies Committee, which later became the House Un-American Activities Committee, about Roosevelt being, cozying up to Stalin or whatever. And Trotsky was willing to do it. But of course, these are Republicans, and Trotsky is a Marxist. And so they ultimately rescinded the invitation. But Trotsky, in the final years of his life, he was being boosted by fascists. Basically, whatever the Soviet Union was doing, he did the opposite. For example, Ukraine was a big issue at that time, right? And the Nazis were funding people like Stepan Bandera and people that wanted to break Ukraine away from the Soviet Union, Ukrainian nationalism. Well, Trotsky and his followers went around advocating an independent Soviet Ukraine, kind of echoing Nazi foreign policy. Spain was a very big issue, right? You had Franco, the fascist, kind of waging a civil war against the Spanish Republic. Communists from all over the world are going to Spain to fight for the Republic. So Trotsky and his followers in the POUM, which was like the Trotskyite group in Spain, they launched an armed uprising against the Spanish Republic, saying it wasn't really communist. You had the Battle of Catalonia, where, George Orwell was there, and they were, instead of fighting the fascists, they were fighting the Spanish Republic because it wasn't a true workers' revolution or whatnot. And there's many examples of this. And like one of the most telling things is, he's killed just as World War II is breaking out. And he's killed. And when France is invaded by the Nazis, the communists of France are saying defend the homeland and are kind of trying to build anti-Nazi resistance. And Trotsky condemns them for it and says, well, no, it's neither Germany nor France, workers of the world unite. And he's condemning the communists of France for building up popular nationalist resistance to the Nazi invaders. And I think ultimately, if you look at what Stalin said, the reason he was killed was they feared he would play a disruptive role in the Second World War. His followers in America were joining the U.S. military and trying to form labor unions to disrupt the war effort. and that he was basically trying to demobilize the war effort. He kind of took a plague on both your houses position in the Second World War, and that would have weakened the Soviet Union in their fight against the Nazis. So ultimately, he was killed. He was convicted in absentia of conspiring to kill Stalin, right? And there's a lot of debate about was that actually true or not. But he was, we had the Moscow trials where some prominent Soviet leaders confessed to having conspired with Trotsky to overthrow Stalin and bring Trotsky to power with Nazi support. And some people maintain that was just Stalin, trying to secure his power. Other people maintain there is a lot of credibility to it. There's no question, though, that the Axis powers were boosting Trotsky. That his book, The Revolution Betrayed, was distributed by Mussolini pretty widely. And I often make the point that, Trotsky is actually kind of like the mirror of a guy named Otto Strasser. So, in Germany, you had the Nazis took power, and one of the founding Nazis was this guy named Gregor Strasser, and he was just one of the founding Nazis. And then on the night of the Long Knives, Hitler killed Gregor Strasser as like a rival Nazi. So Gregor Strasser's brother went into exile, fled to Britain, and he had a radio broadcast into Nazi Germany saying, "I'm the true Nazi, and Hitler has sold out and abandoned Nazi principles." And it was a big part of British propaganda against the Nazis during World War II, is they had this guy, Otto Strasser. He was basically the Nazi Trotsky.
The good Nazi.
Yeah, and that was, kind of part of the propaganda. During the Second World War, they were broadcasting propaganda from Nazi Germany into the Soviet Union. Some of it was Russian nationalism, and some of it was Trotskyist propaganda they were broadcasting into the Soviet Union, saying, well, nothing wrong with communism, but, Stalin's abandoned communism, embraced Trotsky and the permanent revolution. So, yeah, it was just kind of a knockoff brand of communism that was useful to the Axis powers during the Second World War, and later became a mechanism for trying to separate leftists from the Soviet Union in the post-World War II years.
Okay, you've talked about the cultural Cold War and the way that you mentioned someone from the CIA actually going in and saying, you know what, we can subvert this from the left. That'll be the most effective way to do it. Now, coming out of a New York art scene, this is something that I've become educated about over the course of doing this show, partly from you reading your work, partly from our own audience turned me on to this. When I was coming up there, when you still had that kind of Woody Allen, New York intellectual scene, this actually makes a lot of things fall into place for me, because Trotsky was who they would reference when they would reference communism. They would lump Trotsky in almost with this very romanticized vision of the radical art scene of the 30s. They'd lump him in with Hemingway and T.S. Eliot. It was all part of this very romantic vision of that era, of which they very much saw themselves heirs, but it was a very defanged thing. I mean, Woody Allen captured that very well. He represented it, that it was a punchline, it was a joke, they liked affiliating themselves with that, but not in a meaningful way, in a cultural way. So what happened there? What was that process?
So there was this magazine called Partisan Review, and it was the very, very trendy, artistic, intellectual magazine of the New York City scene that you're describing, right? In the late 1930s, there were these writers and intellectuals. Sidney Hook was a well-known professor. There was a guy named James Burnham, who I believe was the head of the philosophy department at NYU. And it had been a Communist Party publication. It had gone out of business, and then it had been resurrected as an anti-Stalinist Marxist publication in the late 30s. It was called Partisan Review, and a lot of well-known college professors and intellectuals and essayists wrote for it. After the Second World War, the USA enters McCarthyism. And, being a communist had been quite a trendy thing to do. Roosevelt was friendly to the Communist Party. The Soviet Union were allies of the United States in the Second World War. So you had a lot of writers like Lillian Hellman, people like Albert Einstein that had been friendly with the Communist Party.
The whole New York theater scene were avowed communist in the 30s.
Right. But post-World War II, suddenly being a communist is public enemy number one. You're working for the enemy, you're a traitor, you're all of this. So the Communist Party is being heavily persecuted by the FBI. It's being pushed out. However, amid all of this, when the Communist Party is like basically illegal, when the leaders are in jail, when, I mean, their publications are banned from the mail, all of this, 1949, they pulled off something very amazing, which was the Waldorf Peace Conference. They had a conference at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City, where Paul Robeson was there, and W.E.B. Du Bois and Shostakovich, and they kind of took advantage of the fact that the United Nations was in New York City, so a lot of Soviet writers and stuff could come, and they had this really big conference where, amid McCarthyism, amid all of this, many famous writers and intellectuals got up and defended the Soviet Union and said that the Soviet Union was right in the Cold War and that the USA was wrong. I believe, Will Geer, who was the actor, who's like, he was there, and, Aaron Copland, the musical composer. And even amid all of this McCarthyism, you had a lot of intellectuals that would defend the Communist Party. The CIA is obviously furious about this. How can this be? And they hired these ex-Trotskyists, these former Trotskyists, these New York intellectuals associated with Partisan Review, to like disrupt the conference. And they did crazy stuff. Like they like interfered. They like got its mail delivered to their address to prevent the mail from going to the conference, and put out fake press releases. And it was like a whole intelligence operation against the Waldorf Peace Conference that they waged. And it was being done by Sidney Hook and by this guy Irving Kristol. Now, Irving Kristol, eventually they form a program, a CIA program, which the CIA brags on its website is one of their most successful programs, called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And they start funneling money to Partisan Review magazine to put out a brand of like anti-Soviet leftism. And in Britain, they have a magazine called Encounter. In Germany, they have a magazine called Der Monat. They have the Paris Review in France. And these magazines just go everywhere in the late 1950s, especially as McCarthyism is going away. They're like the new trendy leftist magazines that are against McCarthyism, that are against, critical of U.S. foreign policy, against racism, but very anti-communist. And they wage these kind of like cancel culture hate campaigns against people like Albert Einstein and Lillian Hellman that are defending the Soviet Union. And, they find, for example, James Baldwin is an African-American intellectual who is anti-racist, but also very anti-communist. And they blow him up with the Paris Review to be kind of the alternative to, Paul Robeson and W.E.B. Du Bois and a lot of the black activists that are sympathizers with the Soviet Union. And it's Irving Kristol, who's the director of the program. And, Irving Kristol is, he's the father of Bill Kristol, the guy who, the Weekly Standard. I mean, one of the big neocons. And, his obituary in the New York Times it's like hilarious. You read how elitist he was. They ask, he describes how he stopped being a communist. And he says when he was a New York intellectual, he'd written about the working class, but he'd never actually met them. And he got drafted into the army, and he met the actual working class, these Midwestern street toughs that he didn't like. He thought they were anti-Semitic. And, he said, I can't build socialism with these people. They'll just make a racket out of it. And I'm an intellectual for a reason. And that there's this elitism that really flows from that, right? And this sense of superiority. And as the Congress for Cultural Freedom is, pushing this new brand of leftism that's being funded by the CIA, they're kind of changing what it means to be a leftist entirely, right? Leftism is populism. It's, the struggle of the masses of people against the ultra rich, the struggle of the workers to control the means of production, but they turn it into something different. It's kind of the struggle against intellectual conformity. Right. It's the struggle of the intellectual for freedom. Fascism, suddenly it's no longer, the Marxist understanding is that fascism is when capitalism enters an economic crisis. The state, the state is used to kind of heavily control and militarize the economy to stabilize a capitalist crisis. That's the Marxist understanding. The CIA funded publications are saying fascism is an aesthetic. Fascism is populism. Hannah Arendt is one of these people who's being boosted by the CIA. She writes this book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, which is, Adolf Eichmann is a Nazi war criminal who's in Argentina. He's apprehended by Israel. He's executed. And she goes to his trial and she writes this book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, a study in the banality of evil, saying that Eichmann is just an ordinary guy. And before he was a Nazi, he was a YMCA guy. He was part of the YMCA. And that deep down, ordinary people are authoritarian and hateful and bigoted. Theodor Adorno is one of the people that, the German Der Monat publication and the Frankfurt School in Germany promotes. He does this book called The Authoritarian Personality, arguing that Nazism is rooted in this kind of, tendency of people to join groups and fight for causes. and that, you know, it's an attack on not just Nazis, but also on communists, on Christians. It's like this idea that there's some people that just join mass movements and they're dangerous because they will suppress the great intellectuals, right? And that suddenly leftism is about this kind of non-conformity, this kind of fear of the masses of people. And that, you know, for example, like one of their big things is that at the time, leftism was associated with what's called social realism, like Hemingway, like John Steinbeck, and also, you know, like there was what they called socialist realism in the Soviet Union. And if you go to Moscow, like the subways are decorated with, you know, like statues of real people. Like there's a woman feeding chickens and there's a guy who works in a machine shop. And, you know, they have these beautiful statues in the Moscow subways of ordinary people making ordinary people into heroes, right? And that's, you know, the idea that ordinary people fighting for their community and going out and doing the work of the world are heroes. That's social realism. And that's what leftists promoted. And Roosevelt hired social realist painters to paint the, you know, the post offices throughout the United States and make murals and all of that. Social realism.
Well, and that's when you start getting plays like Death of a Salesman and Clifford Odets writing about working people for the first time. There had never been plays like that.
Yeah, and the CIA doesn't like social realism. It views it as potentially dangerous because it's about politics and it's glorifying working people, et cetera. So the CIA starts funding abstract art and the work of Jackson Pollock. You know, Jackson Pollock was this kind of leftist painter or whatever, but he splattered paint on a canvas. And Jackson Pollock, they start funding his work as the edgy new alternative to social realism. And social realism, they say, is totalitarian. It's brainwashing. It's mind control. But abstract art and, you know, just splattering paint on a canvas or just shapes or whatever, that's called freedom, right? And it's suddenly
you get pop art for this kind of pose of ironic detachment. Like I get the joke. I'm in on the joke, and that allows me to indulge in the system without being part of the system, right?
Right. And
Lichtenstein, Warhol.
The idea is that art is supposed to make you feel disorganized. Art is supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. It's supposed to confuse you. It's right. You know, it's like the essays, they actually are writing like they want you to feel differently, right? They don't like the feeling that you get from social realism when you read The Grapes of Wrath or you look at a Diego Rivera mural. They don't like that feeling in particular. And they want you to be confused. They want you to be demoralized. It's like they're playing like weird psychological games. It's very fascinating how what you can call the new left, which is basically a CIA creation, they're not just going against Soviet communism. They're really going against a certain mindset, and they're kind of cultivating intellectuals to be pessimistic and all of that. But, you know, the 1960s comes along and the civil rights movement turns into the Black liberation movement. And a lot of the Black liberation fighters are supporting the Vietnamese and supporting the Cubans and et cetera. The 1967 war happens, and a lot of the student radicals that are opposing the Vietnam War are opposing Israel. And so a lot of these CIA funded intellectuals that are like leftists, suddenly they see the new left as kind of beyond their control. It's suddenly an anti-imperialist movement. So they pivot into supporting Richard Nixon. And, you know, Irving Kristol was a Nixon supporter. And eventually this Max Shachtman, you know, he had been a supporter of Henry Jackson, who was like a moderate Democrat. But when the Democrats nominated, you know, McCarthy in 1972, who was like very far left, he didn't like that. And so he went in and supported Richard Nixon just before he died. And that a lot of these New York intellectuals, they were so anti-communist. Communism was the main threat. And they had helped create the new left as like a leftist intellectual barrier against communism. But then they saw the new left kind of be effective and build, you know, a serious anti-war movement, the Black liberation movement. And so based on that, they went into Nixon's camp. And it's these people that very much kind of defined, you know, the beginning of the kind of late Cold War right wing of Ronald Reagan. And Sovietology. Now, this was a big field in like the 70s and 80s of people who learned to speak Russian, and they studied the Soviet Union, and they equated the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany. And they developed kind of the theory was that, you know, America is opposed to quote unquote totalitarianism. Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, and all these other countries are totalitarian. America's on a mission to destroy such countries. That was the feeling in the Sovietology schools of academia. And they would read Lenin in the original Russian, and they would read, you know, Nazi texts, and they're the same thing. They're mass totalitarian movements, drawing from that new left Hannah Arendt mindset. And America is on a mission. And this intellectual named Leo Strauss emerges. And Leo Strauss is a very, very interesting figure. Never a Trotskyist, but he was a guy who had fled Nazi Germany. He was a professor at New School in New York, and then he eventually went to the University of Chicago. And he becomes kind of the mentor to a lot of these people. And his big book is called Persecution and the Art of Writing. And he interprets Plato. And he argues that all the great philosophers of history have had to write in code, because if the people really knew what they think, they would persecute them, right? And that some people are just naturally superior to others. They're philosopher kings in the Platonic sense. And that the job, a good society protects those people. And it's okay for the philosopher kings to lie to the masses of people. He writes a lot about the noble lie, the idea that, that average people are just too stupid to understand politics. And if you actually tell them the truth, society will come apart, right? So it's okay to lie to them. He writes about this, and like they say, his favorite television show was Gunsmoke. Right. The old cowboy Western where the good guy wears a white hat and he's all good. The bad guy wears a black hat and he's all bad. And he says that's how average Americans should come to understand politics. It should be an episode of Gunsmoke where America is all good and the people that oppose America are all bad. Love it or leave it. The greatest country in the world, all of that. And that's Leo Strauss. And he's kind of mapping out foreign policy propaganda strategies for the Republican Party, sitting down with these people. And I mean, it's telling because we have, at the time that neoconservatism becomes kind of dominant, we have two presidents in America who actually literally take on a cowboy persona. Ronald Reagan is literally a cowboy actor from Hollywood, right? Bush, he's born in Connecticut, but he puts on the cowboy hat and he's got Barney out there and he's cutting brush on. He's going to smoke him out. He's going to smoke him out and all of this. And this is, for a generation, for boomers who grew up watching cowboy TV shows and cowboy movies, it's like this is the neoconservative strategy. It's very interesting to see it all, but there's an elitism, right? And this kind of contempt for the people, the idea that people are dangerous and need to be controlled. That's kind of the continuity you can see there.
Well, it's interesting because, I think the cowboy point is really fascinating and great. But, you can also see just foundationally how, permanent revolution, when weaponized, the way the neocons have, really is the sort of driving ideology, you could say, behind a lot of these regime change wars, right? I mean, and so like the most notable, or I should say one of the most interesting case studies in the sort of Trotskyist to neocon pipeline is Christopher Hitchens, who spoke very fondly about his Trotskyist roots, even well into the, Iraq war days, right before he died, when he was really, championing that full-blown neocon foreign policy. And Ben Burgess wrote a book about him years and years ago. We had him on years ago back on our audio show to talk about it. He posed the theory that perhaps when a lot of these Trotskyists get older and get jaded and cynical about the futility of bottom-up workers' revolutions, in Hitchens' case, he posited the theory, obviously this is speculation, that perhaps they view the United States and the United States military as being an institution and a mechanism capable of instigating, egging on, aiding and abetting these revolutions around the world to combat totalitarianism. And of course, what do they take the form of? Regime change wars. So I thought that was an interesting theory. I don't have 1% the knowledge or background on this topic that you did. So I wanted to float that to you and ask what you think about that, just ideologically.
Well, Hitchens is quite a bit later. I mean, his trajectory, what's interesting for Hitchens, he was like a leftist, but then he didn't like the Islamic Revolution of Iran. That was, from what I understand in his biography, he was horrified by the left supporting the Islamic Revolution of Iran because the Islamic Revolution of Iran was so conservative, right? I mean, it was the Ayatollah, government, and they were rejecting the West in a cultural sense. They rejected the West and they were kind of embracing traditional Shia Islamic values. It's kind of interesting. There's a Hollywood movie that came out in like 1980, 1981, starring Warren Beatty, and it's called Reds. And at the end of the movie Reds, they have, John Reed's character, played by Warren Beatty, goes to the southern USSR, to an Islamic area, and he gives a speech. And it's supposed to, like, the subtle implication is like, oh, you've rock bottomed. You're supporting the Ayatollahs now. And it was a subtle dig at the left for supporting the Islamic Revolution of Iran at the time. And that's clearly what it was. And that, in the movie Reds, it's kind of sympathetic to American communists, the people, Louise Brandt and John Reed, who helped start the American Communist Party. But it's also saying, don't actually support the Soviet Union. Don't actually support these governments around the world. You watch the movie Reds, it's kind of a nuanced anti-communism from the Carter administration. It's very interesting. But yeah, with Christopher Hitchens, he didn't support the Islamic Revolution of Iran, and he was just kind of repulsed by the anti-imperialism. And that kind of gets to the essence of it, right? When Lenin started the Bolsheviks, the Bolsheviks were a weird spin-off of Marxism. And people don't get this, but like Marx had said, there are no nations. Workers of the world unite, right? And Lenin says, well, actually, if nations are struggling against imperialism, nationalism can be good. That's a big change. Right? Lenin comes out with this whole theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and says capitalism has moved to the rule of big monopolies and finance capital dominating the whole world. We're not struggling. It's not the factory worker versus the factory owner anymore. It's the people of the world against the imperialists and the big monopolies. And Lenin says that because of imperialism and because they've been able to buy off some workers in the Western countries, the revolutionary energy is going to be in the East. It's going to be in the colonized world. Marx had thought the revolution would be in Germany first, right? But Lenin is saying, well, actually, it's going to be in the impoverished countries. And it'll be their struggle for national liberation against imperialism. It'll be kind of them struggling to free their nation from imperialism. That'll be the basis of bringing socialism or communism into the world. That's a huge break. And Lenin even comes up with a new way to organize a party called democratic centralism. And, you read these social democrats and these Marxists and the British Labour Party and the German Social Democratic Party. They look at the Bolsheviks and they say, this reminds us of a monastic religious order or a cult or something. This isn't a real party, right? This is a strange sect or something like that. Bolshevism was a weird spin-off of Marxism that was very, very Russia specific and had a very new interpretation. And Trotsky never really adopted that worldview. Trotsky was very much a European social democrat. He liked the Labour Party in Britain. He liked the Social Democratic Party of Germany. And when the Bolsheviks moved to form their own party, he said, no, I'm going to form the August Bloc. Which will be it'll be the radical version of European social democracy. And after Trotsky broke with the Soviet Union and with Stalin, that's what his followers did. They joined the Socialist Party and tried to form a radical faction. And that Trotsky wants to be part of Western leftism, right? That's a really big part of his personality. Even though he's from Russia, he wants to be part of Western leftism, and he doesn't really embrace the Bolshevik turn, which is that imperialism is the target. It's the colonized people of the world fighting against the imperialists. He doesn't embrace that. Trotsky is a Western Marxist. He's social democracy before the Russian Revolution, before the First World War. Social democracy was a huge movement. And I mean, even today, forces that, the DSA-ish kind of politics, that was pretty mainstream in Europe. The German Social Democratic Party was probably one of the biggest political parties in the world at that time. And the British Labour Party comes out of this, and that Marxist parties, Marxist labor unions, Marxist marching bands and choirs, that was pretty mainstream in Europe. And then when World War I came along, all these parties that were supposed to be fighting for the working class and revolutionary signed up and supported World War I. And it was a huge betrayal. And people like Rosa Luxemburg and people like Eugene Debs and others, they were just horrified to see that this movement they had supported, which was supposed to be a revolutionary movement, was sending workers off to die in their millions, right? And that's the basis of this kind of new reinterpretation. And communism or Bolshevism, the Leninist theory, is saying that basically European social democracy is corrupt. And it's Lenin called it a stinking corpse. And we're building a completely new movement of people around the world, colonized people fighting against that system. That's a whole new thing. And Trotsky he still had one foot in European social democracy. He wanted to be the radical version of European social democracy, whereas the Soviet Union and Lenin had completely broken. And that's, when you look at Christopher Hitchens and how he just couldn't support the Islamic Revolution of Iran, and he just couldn't support people against the West because they're not Western, right? It's like a matter of principle. That you always support the people of the world struggling against the Western imperialists. At the time that the Soviet Union came into existence, there was a guy in Afghanistan called the Emir of Afghanistan, and he was a conservative monarchist, and he was fighting the British Empire. And the Bolsheviks gave him weapons and gave him military support, and they said, we don't care what you are. You're fighting the British Empire. You're fighting imperialism. We support you. And they had the Congress of the Peoples of the East, where, the Soviet Union offered military support to anybody who was fighting the Western system. They saw the Western imperialist system as the main target. And there were a lot of socialists like the British Labour Party and, like the German Social Democrats or whatever that were supporting imperialism. And their attitude was, we don't care if you call yourself a socialist. If you're supporting imperialism, you're on the wrong side. And it doesn't really matter what you call yourself. And that kind of understanding, that was the Bolshevik line. That was the Soviet political line. And that understanding is something Trotsky never fully embraced.
All right. Now, you mentioned that the DSA was another splinter group that kind of came off this association with Shachtman. Now, this is a question that's come up a lot over the course of the show. Very often people will call what they brand as woke cultural Marxism. And when you talk to a lot of communists who reject a lot of the gender kabuki and that kind of thing, they'll say they're actually trots. These people are actually trots. When I've asked communists, why are they just constantly pushing all of the gender and coming up with the most divisive interpretations of race relations? Like, how can you argue that you're economically and class-based and continually stir up things that are going to create conflict between workers? And that's usually their answer. We did a segment about how the DSA very recently, which backed Mamdani, they had a whole conference talking about how they're going to bus people into New York and give them free youth gender medicine. Like, why? So can you explain that difference between, what is that? What is the difference between people who are communists, who very often reject that, and why do you have people who theoretically, like the DSA, have an economic analysis, who really, it's not just that they engage in that, they lead with it. They talk about that ahead of union drives, general strikes. That is front and center for these groups.
Yeah, the origins of DSA it's during the Vietnam War. The Socialist Party of America is still in existence, the old Eugene Debs Socialist Party, and they don't know what to do about the Vietnam War. And you have one faction that is led by pacifists like David McReynolds and others, the War Resisters League, and they say, we're pacifists, we're against the Vietnam War. They're now called the Socialist Party USA. They run in elections. And then you have another faction of followers of Max Shachtman that support the Vietnam War because communism and Stalinism is the greatest enemy. And they're called Social Democrats USA. And they break away. They support Ronald Reagan or whatever. DSA is like the majority of the Socialist Party. And their position was, well, we're against the Vietnam War, kind of. Like, they want to negotiate. It's gone too far. We're not going to win. We want to negotiate. And Max Shachtman's student, a guy named Michael Harrington, who served in Lyndon Johnson's administration. He wrote a book called The Other America, which was like a bestseller about poverty. Michael Harrington forms what's called the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee. And if you look at the people that are on the board of the founding of the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, it's just like CIA agents like you wouldn't believe. Gloria Steinem, the founder of Ms. Magazine, the voice of feminism, she brags openly about how the CIA made her what she is. They made her famous. They made her who she is. I mean, completely. She's no apologies, completely. Irving Howe is one of these Trotskyists who is part of the Partisan Review magazine crowd, who's getting subsidized by the CIA, who actually had a big fight with Max Shachtman because Max Shachtman hadn't gone as far as supporting the USA in the Cold War, and he kind of beat Max Shachtman to it. And he said, we take the side of the West, and Max Shachtman is scared to actually admit they're doing that. Irving Howe becomes kind of the New York Times favorite go-to Marxist when it's time to denounce the student protesters. They call up Irving Howe and have him write a column where he quotes Marx and Lenin to denounce the student protesters. And Irving Howe, Michael Harrington, Gloria Steinem. It's just a collection of people that are, they call them the State Department Socialists. That's kind of the nickname they gave them.
Right.
And that's who started DSA. And that in the late 70s, as the 70s gets going, there were a lot of communist groups in America that got going coming out of the 60s that went into the factories to sell their newspaper and things like that. And a lot of them were inspired by China, right? They were, they thought the Soviet Union is this old stodgy country, but China is the new revolutionary country. But then 1976, Mao dies. China's having market reforms. China's aligned with the United States and a lot of the wars that are happening. So a lot of these people, and they've worked in factories for a decade trying to recruit their coworkers to communism, and it's not working. So a lot of these Maoist communist groups start collapsing, right? And the Revolutionary Communist Party, they had a rally death to Deng Xiaoping at the White House, where they like protested Deng Xiaoping. And like, there's a group called the Communist Workers Party that like challenged the Ku Klux Klan to a fight, and the KKK showed up and shot 5 of them. And, you know, it's like this demoralizing time where all these communist groups are falling apart. DSA, the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, which eventually becomes DSA, is like almost like a deprogramming operation. It's like, you can join us, and they tell you basically communism is un-American. These regimes around the world that are opposing U.S. imperialism, they're just as bad as, if not worse, than the United States. And you can join the Democratic Party. And that's kind of what DSA becomes. It comes a way that all these kind of 60s radicals who joined what they called the New Communist Movement can kind of become de-radicalized, and kind of, it's almost like a group therapy kind of atmosphere. And it's being funded by the United Auto Workers. I guess the head of the United Auto Workers was funding something called like the Progressive Coalition that had a lot of like money, and they're kind of taking 60s radicals and turning them into Democrats. And Harold Washington runs for, mayor of Chicago. Jesse Jackson runs for president in 1984. And that DSA is kind of a way of taking these like radical 1960s and 1970s communists who are very demoralized and confused, and, you know, pushing them into the Democratic Party. And that's the role that they play. And I've also often joked DSA is almost like the winter coat. You know, you take your winter coat out when it's cold, but then you just put it back in your closet when it's not cold. That's how DSA is. I remember when I was first getting politically active during the Iraq War protests, DSA's name would be on the endorsers list of the protests. And people would say to me, are they still around? Is that still a thing? And it's like DSA, they kind of vanish, but then every so often,
Right.
the U.S. government, the U.S. political system needs a socialist to come out of the woodwork. And so they find them, and they're college professors or whatever, and they appear, and then they go away, right? And that, like, people used to joke that, like, in the late 90s, DSA was a banquet that happened once a year where Cornel West gave a speech, and that was really it. I mean, it was, you had a lot of labor union bosses. Sweeney was the head of the AFL-CIO, was a DSA member, and that DSA was this kind of like socialist group that was there when the U.S. government needed there to be socialists as part of the discourse, but they'd rather not have them. But every so often they kind of reappear. And that's what DSA is. And that when you talk about, the divisive politics, that kind of fits. And again, that's kind of the continuity. Trotsky, one of his big differences with Lenin was over the peasant question. Trotsky hated the Russian peasantry. He thought they were backwards. He said peasants want to own their own lands. They want to become capitalists. So they're reactionary, right? They're a class without a future. Trotsky denounces Mao for building a peasant army because peasants are just backward and reactionary. Trotsky just hates the peasantry. And the peasantry are the majority of Russia at the time. And Lenin says, if we're going to take power, we have to form a coalition with the peasantry. And Trotsky says, no. The peasantry are a backward class. We can't do that. And that's rooted in Trotsky's experience. He was from Kherson, and peasants were very anti-Semitic. They had the pogroms where they'd go burn Jewish villages and do awful things. And that Trotsky viewed the Russian peasantry as reactionary, as his enemy, right? And there's this kind of anti-populism that Trotsky himself had that kind of flows through the New York intellectuals, through the neocons, all the way up to this idea that the people are the enemy. Anti-populism is a big part of it. And then, of course, anything that can be used to like show the majority as being bad is useful, right? So if you can find some oppressed group that can kind of deconstruct that, you can support them against the majority, right? That's a whole thing. There was at the time of the Bolsheviks were being formed, you had this group in Russia called the Jewish Bund. And they were a group of communists who said, because Jews are so oppressed in Russia, we have to have our own party. We have to have a separate party. And Lenin, who is himself of Jewish descent, says no. And he calls this the spirit of the ghetto. And he says the idea that Jews are just so special, they're just so different, they can't ever fit in, right? Zionism is the ultimate expression of that. But Bundism, which was this weird, form of communism for Jews only or whatever, he says it's another expression of this, right? And he says the road to the liberation of Jewish people from anti-Semitism is assimilation. And that the spirit of the ghetto is what he calls Bundism. That is kind of the mindset that is when you talk about anti-populism and all of that, you can kind of see a continuity there. That Trotsky aligned himself with the Jewish Bund against the Bolsheviks originally. He had this contempt for the peasantry. The 1939, the neocons, the people who become neocons, the New York intellectuals, they kind of share that mindset. And that, the Congress for Cultural Freedom is promoting that. And then you have Leo Strauss and that elitism and the noble lie That's the continuity you can see. There's kind of an intellectual continuity that socialism and leftism in its essence is populism, right? It's the masses of people against the ultra rich. It's the struggle to seize the banks, factories, and industries. But there's kind of a fear of populism among certain intellectuals. And that's kind of the continuity between Trotskyism and neoconservatism that you can find.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that definitely makes sense, and it's interesting. It's an interesting debate because there are a lot of people who call themselves Trotskyists who I really like. Like, I don't necessarily think like it's a slippery slope and that you can't be a Trotskyist without eventually devolving into a neocon. I mean, hey, I'm a Jewish guy. I can't make the slippery slope argument now. Right? It's kind of a bad time to be saying, hey, if you're one thing, you must be the whole thing, right? So yeah, but it is such an interesting debate, and it is this interesting phenomenon where, like, if you look to the UK, you got Jeremy Corbyn, who doesn't call himself a Trotskyist, but he's been associated with a lot of Trotskyists, and a lot of people sort of lump him in with that kind of in that DSA mold. And then you have Tony Blair, who was a Trotskyist, right? So it's a fascinating debate. It's a fascinating topic. You are a wealth of knowledge, as always. Really appreciate you coming on. The book is Trotsky and the Neoconservatives. Where can people find this before you go?
Yeah, anywhere books are sold. It's widely distributed. Let me just throw this in there. What you said there is important. I end the book. I have an appendix in there talking about one Trotskyist in Britain who was a pioneer for solidarity with Palestine. That was Jerry Healy. And the appendix of the book talks about, Vanessa Redgrave, the actress. She made a film supporting the Palestinians when that was not a trendy cause to talk about at all. And Jerry Healy was this British Trotskyist who was a friend of Gaddafi, was a huge anti-imperialist. And I end by talking about, even within Trotskyism, you have spin-offs that are genuine and anti-imperialist. And that increasingly I come to the conclusion that what you say is not as important as what you do, right? What are you actually doing? There's a lot of people who talk a good game, but when the crisis comes, what side are you on? And that, like that's the whole thing. All these social democrats were all for the working class and against the wars, but World War I broke out and suddenly they supported the war, right? And that it's about what you do. And that, there are Trotskyists who've done amazing, great things, right? And we should. Well,
yeah, I have to name drop my friend Shama Sawan, who's also a hero of mine, who is a Trotskyist. Yeah. So, I think that's important to point out as well. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, you can find my books. I got a website, calebmaupinbooks.net. My organization is called the Center for Political Innovation. We're always putting on conferences. We were disrupting the No Kings rallies recently to say hands off Venezuela. One of our supporters interrupted Keith Ellison in Minneapolis. And
really?
We're trying to just get anti-imperialism out there. We do book distributions about the Houthis in Yemen. And, we're always just trying to be out there and advocate anti-imperialism and build a real movement for anti-imperialism. So thanks for having me on, and I hope people enjoy the book. It's an important topic that's being discussed right now. And there's a lot of ignorance about it. And I decided to write the book because there is an important story there about where these neocons came from, et cetera.
All right. Well, I always learn so much talking to you, and there's so much going on that I'd like to talk to you about. We'll have to bring you on again soon so we have a little more time to get more into things, because it's great having you, man, as always. Yep. So check the book out.
Always fascinating and very educational.
Thanks. Talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate it. Have a great one.
Man.
All right. That's Caleb Maupin, everybody. Round of applause for Caleb. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, that's a topic that I've always heard kind of talked about. And so when he emailed us, he said, hey, I just had a book about this. I'm like, oh, cool. Now I actually,
dude, I could. That's why before he went on, because I didn't even realize, or I guess I forgot he lives in New York. Yeah, I could talk to that guy for 10 hours.
Yeah,
like he is such a wealth of knowledge about these intellectual trends that for me I'm very curious about. That I really, when I came into this space, I was a sweet summer child about all that. Like, one of the main things I wrestled with is how did the culture get this way? And when you look at all that, I mean, his whole explanation of that, it really does explain why when you go to DSA, you got a bunch of people who can't talk to workers because it's rooted in a movement that doesn't like them. They have no real interest in that.
Right. Yeah, and look, like on the flip side, and this is why, like, yeah, we could have had him here for 3 hours. Like, there does have to be a conversation about, well, what about when populism actually becomes full blown fascism, and now the boot is on the neck. Of
Well,
people. Then
there's
what do you do?
There's that too.
That's
yeah.
part two. I mean, that would be a whole nother hour, right? Like, because there's that problem. Because especially when you're talking about a country like the United States, where I mean, it's great to organize, it's great to talk about all of these movements and projects, but ultimately you're talking about two powerless factions, right? Ultimately, we're in a capitalist system, and capitalism is in crisis right now. And so, what is the answer to that from an organizing standpoint? In other words, do you embrace populism even when populism becomes fascism? Right. Or do you organize in some sort of parallel formation?
Right. And do you think that you can appropriate that and turn it away from fascism? Or are they going to turn you away from redistributive policies? Right. Like once you get in there, who's going to change who?
Well, that's essentially what's happened. I mean, that is essentially how Trump came to power, is he harnessed the populist energy of 2016 into a fascist-like formation.
Right.
That is anti-worker, ultimately. Obviously, it's anti-worker, right? And so, like, what is the answer to that? And, it sucks that, like, I would have loved to have brought this up to Caleb, but we'd have been talking for another hour, so we'll have to just continue the conversation. But it's a great book. It's a fascinating book. And he is such a wealth of knowledge.
Oh, maybe I'll do with him what I did with Shama, man. Maybe I'll have lunch and film part of it.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll go to Katz's. That would be a good video.
Well, I want to pitch him on getting involved with our Uhuru doc, because he's been a big ally of theirs too. Yeah. So maybe we'll do something like that. I'll come down. I'll pick up the camera and the lights. We'll film an interview, and we'll.
Where's my fucking GG Allen poster, man?
Yeah, I got your GG Allen poster in here. It's in here. I have it.
Damn it! I have your fucking Glenn Ross poster.
That's right. That's right. All right, let's go to some super chats and some Rumble rants. Appreciate that, Eric Rousseau. So we can expect Trump. When could we expect Trump to put tariffs on NYC now? Good question, Eric Rousseau. Thank you. The Trotsky thing
says, Mamdani's got to call me. He's got to call me. I think it's for him to call me.
Yeah, exactly. The Trotsky thing is BS. Those people switch ideologies for power. It's not about ideology. It was about obtaining power. Thank you. Well, Caleb did an interview with Kim Iverson where she talked about, okay, are these Trotskyist turns neocons? Are they actually capitalists? Was capitalism the driving force behind these regime change wars? Because they certainly have a disaster capitalist component to them. So is that what's driving them? Or is it more about, a form of permanent revolution in terms of reshaping societies in an anti-totalitarian orientation? And what does that lead to? Regime change, war. So, it's a topic like we talked to him for 45 minutes because that's what we had today, and it flew by like that. And there's so much that we did not get to, but we will. We have Caleb on from time to time, so we'll get to all of it in due time. Killer Hitton says, "Hey, dirtbags, I was planning to visit NYC on Saturday, but now I'm afraid I'll get mistaken for a JOO and get beaten up by anti-Semitic Money terrorists. Oy vey. Should have come earlier." Eric Rousseau says, "When does the commie Sharia law executions begin?"
Well, I'm just glad I got my MREs in time.
Yeah,
I'm not going out.
That's right. All right, you want to take some super chats there?
Yep. Brad Gilbert, Zio WEF, love Mamdani, government grocery equals digital ID. Yeah, I'm not buying that. So what do you think when you have a Snap card? That's not a form of a digital ID.
Government grocery stores mean you buy the food at a store.
At a store.
That the government owns. It's the same thing.
You're not going to have.
They don't scan your forehead to sell you a pack of bananas.
Yeah, no, yeah. We already had this. Fiorello, and still do, actually. Fiorello LaGuardia started a series of government-built markets, the most famous of which was the Essex Street Market, which is still extant and still run by a government corporation. And they just recently expanded, modernized, built a movie theater. It did spectacularly. So this isn't even new. LaGuardia did that to get the push carts off the streets, to give them someplace else to go once he shut that down so families wouldn't starve when they lost their business. He created all these markets where you'd have a small stall where you wouldn't really be paying more in rent than you were paying to rent a push cart. So this is not the first time we've had government markets. It doesn't mean the government has state control over the food. It's just you're eliminating a lot of the real estate cost.
Yeah.
So you pass that on to the consumer.
There's a grocery store in Troy, New York. I live in the capital region. It's called Bargain Grocery. Troy, look it up. They operate on, it's a hybrid. It's not a full government funded store.
Mhm.
They operate on government grants and philanthropic donations. So it's a hybrid.
Right.
It's a not for profit. It has great reviews.
There are food
People love
co-ops all over the country. people love these food co-ops.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never seen one close, actually. Mark Pugliese, read Dick Cheney. I'm reminded of a line near the end of Goodfellas. It begins with bye-bye. That's bye-bye dickhead. I know the movie well, very well. 265005. Okay. He was the People's Commissar of Military Affairs and had a crucial role in the Civil War. You don't have to be a fan of the guy, but I don't think that initial description is just. I mean, that wasn't really the focus, but yeah, he ran the Red Army during the Civil War. Trotsky. Jim Taleb, super sticker. Yes. Thank you. Shai Guevara, I like that. Guys, this Maupin guy is talking absolute bullocks on Trotsky.
Yes,
It's basically a repetition of the old Stalinist slanders with a recent update. He's selling you horseshit. Well, if there is one thing I have learned about our friends in the communist aisle, they have a lot of internecine disagreements about stuff like that we're not qualified to adjudicate. Do we want to keep going?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Insubordinate academic. I am the great nephew of Feroz Farmian, women's head of the Tudeh party, and wonder if you've done any work on their collaboration, then fall against the clerics, more nuanced than most know. I could pretend that I know anything about that, but you're all smart. You'd know I'm talking out of my ass. I've never even heard of any of that. I have you, Keaton?
No.
I don't know anything about any of that. You know what? I'm going to hold it up on there and I'm going to take a picture. And this is how we learn. I always say I've learned as much from my audience over the course of doing this show as any other kind of research. Probably.
We certainly learn more from you than you learn from us. That's for sure.
That's I think you actually walk away more ignorant than when you started.
Yeah.
Watching this show.
Landrew.
Dark Matter Zombies. Do I have to come up with a new soundbite? Do I have to get a soundbite?
No, this is Landrew. It's just that it's showing
I know
us.
It's Landrew, but am I going to have to, find something from like Night of the Living Dead for you now?
But I think Landrew is still Landrew. I think they're just showing us like the tags for some reason. Like they're not displaying the names anymore. They're displaying
He didn't
the
change
account.
his name.
I don't think
didn't
so.
Actually change.
I think Landrew was the name and the account handle is that. And for some
see.
reason, YouTube is only showing us the account handles now. I don't know why. That's like a recent switch they made.
Okay. For $100.
Thank you, Landrew.
A lot of people, in order to justify their jobs, come up with ways to make things worse, just to show that they're working.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing Caleb on. Educating solidarity and community. Trickle down is just that. Urine. Free Palestine. You got that right, man.
I do one more because Shai Guevara gave us another 10.
All right. Thank you. And that's 10 euros, man. That's, I think, more than $10. Good place to start. The Stalin School of Falsification, the Revolution Betrayed. Anything actually written by Trotsky. Maupin is absolutely and openly lying about what Trotsky said and wrote. Listen, all I can tell you is what I said is very true. The New York art scene that I came up in is what they were very comfortable with Trotsky. And they kind of had a fetish for pre-revolution Russian literature, like Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Woody Allen made an entire parody of Tolstoy. And he was very much coming out of that scene. And I could tell you from having really like cut my teeth back when that was still like a reality, not the fantasy version of it. Woody Allen portrays the consumer porn version, but that scene still existed when I was a young artist. And yeah, man, they were very anti-communist, reflexively so, but they liked to kind of what we would later call hipster. Like the hipsters like to signal some kind of vague affiliation with communism, but they would never do that through Stalin or Lenin. They would always do it through Trotsky. And they were very much the better educated, better read antecedents of today's libs in their politics. They did not like working people. They liked to connect themselves to affiliation with working people through very false totemic symbols like Trotsky. So that's all I can tell you. Like, look, the outcome matches the analysis I'm hearing. I can tell you what I lived in terms of the outcome.
Oh, what I can tell you, Shai Guevara, is Landrew, who was pro Caleb, is at $100. You are at $20.
You're gonna have to up your game, man.
You know,
you're gonna have to up your game.
Just
We
keep
might
that in
change our
mind.
opinion.
You know, you are at 20. He is at 100.
Cough it up, man.
Yeah, so you are $80 in the hole to the pro Caleb faction of the audience.
Yeah,
but thank you for those $20. Appreciate it.
See,
And
people say the redistributive policies don't create wealth, but apparently it does.
Exactly.
Andrew has more wealth than you do.
No. And look, like in all seriousness, I think it's a really interesting debate, and that's why I said at the end, like I'm not trying to be like,
like I can't even weigh in on that.
Yeah, I can't weigh in on that, but
I can tell you what I experienced matches what he said.
And it is strange how like all, not all, but so many of these neocons have that somewhere in their past, like Tony Blair, Christopher Hitchens, Bill Kristol. Yeah,
it's a lot. And yo, man, any way you slice it, I've never known any of these self-identified Trotskyists, Trotskyites, Trots, whatever, who don't do the identity politics kabuki.
Right.
Never.
All right, let's move on right along here. Okay. All right, folks, little palate cleanser. This will be super quick, but this is just too good not to do. So Patrick Bet-David has an idea, which I actually think is one of the worst ideas I've ever heard in my life. Like, this is one of the dumbest ideas I've ever encountered in my life, like top 5. Patrick Bet-David says he wants to host a comedic roast of Benjamin. I can't even say it. I can't even get through it. Like, this is the dumbest idea I've ever heard. Patrick Bet-David says he wants to host a comedic roast of Benjamin Netanyahu to normalize him and let everyone joke about him. He claims the roast would make Netanyahu appear more human and help Israel seem like any other country. The International Criminal Court currently has an active arrest warrant for Netanyahu on charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Here is Patrick Bet-David pitching the idea of a Friars Club roast of Benjamin Netanyahu featuring international comedians, right? So you can have like a Lebanese comic whose wife was killed in a pager attack or whatever, come on and roast Benjamin Netanyahu for a minute, and at the end we'll all be happier for it.
Idea for Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel. So I have a crazy idea for Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel as well as the world. If you like it, tag the world, share with everybody. If not, just move on. I think the world needs a...
I'm afraid we can't just move on.
Yes. Showing some glimmer of self-awareness there.
Yeah.
In that moment.
If you don't like this, please don't make fun of me. Yeah. If you think this is stupid, keep it to yourself, because you're going to.
Like it, tag the world, share with everybody. If not, just move on. I think the world needs a comedic roast of Benjamin Netanyahu, sitting right in the middle with the greatest comedians in the world, from America, from the Middle East, from Egypt, from everywhere.
From Egypt,
just making fun
the Middle
of
East.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, we know
Chappelle's hours, just like they did with Trump many years ago, just like they did with Tom Brady.
Just like they did with Tom Brady. I got an idea that'll be just like Tom Brady or Justin Bieber. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu, Tom Brady, Justin Bieber. You know, which one of those is not like the other two?
Everybody loves those celebrity roasts.
Everybody loves the celebrity roasts. It'll be like having Tom Brady, only if Tom Brady killed 20,000 children, or Justin Bieber.
Biggest comedians in the world, from America, from the Middle East, from Egypt, from everywhere, just making fun of Benjamin Netanyahu for 2 hours, just like they did with Trump many, many years ago, just like they did with Tom Brady. And Tom doesn't like stuff like this. Neither does Trump, but they took it. And what happened? All the people that hated Brady, Trump, they moved on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, he loved it when Obama made those cracks about him. He loved it so much he decided to run for fucking president.
Yeah. Well, no, he's talking about the Friars Club, the actual roast of Donald Trump, which there was. They organized one where they had comedians make fun of him. That's what he's referencing there, like the actual roast. But he's not talking about the Obama joke. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that was before Trump was president. That was when he was a real estate guy. That was before he, like, you know, had power and started like blowing up Venezuelan fishermen on specious charges of drug running. Like the comedy doesn't quite land when you're talking about an actual like mass murderer like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, that's
not like Tom Brady. Yeah, it's
well,
a little
because
different.
The Zionists live in a bubble where that's not real. That's not real.
Exactly.
That's not real. Post Mamdani, I saw somebody trying to explain to a reasonable person who was like, well, why are you so convinced that Mamdani is anti-Semitic? They say he wants to cut off aid to Jewish charities. They said, well, what do you mean? And they shared an article showing he doesn't want to send money to illegal settlements. Right. To them, that's cutting off money to Jewish charities. Exactly. That's the world that they live in.
Exactly.
All the people that hated Trump were like, let me go to the next person now. I think the temperatures are very...
Okay, schmuck. So he says, they did this to Trump. Listen to his rationale.
They moved on. All the people that hated Trump were like, let me go to the next person now. I think the temperatures are very high.
That's your idea. So all the people who hated Trump, once they saw the Comedy Central roast, they were like, well, I guess we'll let it go. I guess we got it out of our system. First of all, that was before Trump ran for president, number one. Never mind being president. It was before he was a candidate for president. So people didn't have the strong feelings about Trump before he became a politician that they do now that he's the most powerful man on earth. So you're kind of comparing apples and oranges. Second, the idea that all it's going to take for people to get over the Gaza genocide is, well, we just need to let a few things off our chest with him in the room. So if we just make fun of him for an hour, we'll get all of this anti-genocide sentiment out of our system, and then we could all move on with our lives. Like I said, this is one of the, without exaggeration, this is one of the top 5 dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Like, it is unbelievably stupid that you would think, like, look, we all talk into a microphone for a living. Sometimes you say a dumb thing on air, but this was like premeditated. Like he thought, hey, you know what? Let me film myself saying this. I'll record it and then I'll hit send.
Yeah, you say a dumb thing, but not for 2 minutes solid on a video that you then. And when you do videos like this, you usually watch it back at least once before you send to make sure you didn't fuck up or looks okay.
Oh, God, so funny.
What's going on there and what's happened there, it's terrible. It's not slowing down. People are going back and forth. Why not create a setting for people to say everything they want to get it off their chest? So nobody sits there and says, well, I feel like there's nothing I can say about Israel because if I do, I'm going to get canceled. Here's your opportunity to come and say whatever you want to say. Number 2, here's Israel's...
It's like a truth and reconciliation committee without the truth or the reconciliation.
Just with jokes.
Just with jokes.
Yeah. Opportunity to say, listen, we don't walk on water. We also have issues. Make fun of us. Let's move on. Trust me. There's a lot of people that are going to hate this idea. Absolutely hate.
Yes.
And you know who else didn't walk on water? Jesus.
This idea. But I think the world needs a comedic roast of Benjamin Netanyahu, and quite frankly, I also think Israel and Bibi need this as well. What do you think? If you like it, retweet. Bibi, question for you. Are you up for this idea?
What do I think? I actually think that is amongst the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life.
Is that
That's
a
my honest
foreskin
opinion.
in your pocket, or you're just thinking about raping a prisoner?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. What is the material gonna be at this comedic roast of Benjamin Netanyahu? Gonna have a comic from Syria come up there. Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? What did you say on the phone to me yesterday? Try the pork. I can't. 2 drink minimum. Is that for every country? Yeah. What a clown. I mean, what a fucking moron.
Okay, this is yet another example of, and this is something else we could have gotten into with Caleb if we had more time. I don't think people realize how curated their experience of media is. Does this strike you as somebody who got to the level of prominence he has because of his talent, or because he was saying things that people wanted promoted, so they boosted him in the algorithm? Does that seem like somebody that organically people said, this guy makes a lot of good points? No, man, they elevate the person like Tim Pool, and people think that it happened organically, so they think that the person is worth listening to. It's not that the person is worth listening to. It's that they are promoting talking points that the deep state wants out there, so they tweak the algorithms to boost these people so everybody sees them.
That is some crazy shit. That is some funny
like
shit.
Really,
right there.
somebody that stupid, you really think he's got an audience because of his talent?
That is some funny stuff. Well, he started out with a big money advantage. Isn't he some businessman? Like, what? I don't know. Is he an
is, but
that
doesn't entirely explain it.
No, because you still got to draw
with the money.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, you still have to have some kind of draw.
Look at look at our friend Lauren Steiner. She can't get 17 people. She's got money.
Yeah, she's got money. They got money. All right, let's move right on along here. Some lyrics keep unfolding long after they're written. There is a cover of The Boy in the Bubble, which is the new single from the forthcoming album A to Z, Songs from the Tape Deck by John Koa, who has been a longtime partner of ours here. You can find this new single as well as the rest of the release tracks from his upcoming album at dudissidents.com/Koa, or search John Koa on Spotify or Apple. He's also got a YouTube channel. The links to all of his socials are there. The Boy in the Bubble cover is really great. He's also got a bunch of original tunes on there, just a little off the rails. We featured on the Rumble side. Not Dark Yet, the Bob Dylan cover that we featured on Rumble as well. And so go check it out. It is, like I said, an album in progress, originals and covers, but I think you'll like it a great deal. So dudissidents.com/Koa. All right.
We owe Landrew.
Oh, that's right.
Landrew is dead. I am Landrew.
There we go. All right. What are we at here? 700. And what do they keep doing here? They keep doing all this crazy stuff in StreamYard. That's why the tech's been glitching out, because they keep adding features. So they should just leave it the hell alone. 742 in the like column. And smash that like button more. We got 1,900 strong on YouTube, 558 over on Rumble. Appreciate you all very much for being here. All right, let me do Van Jones. That was just kind of a palate cleanser. Let me just do this one, because this is kind of going to set up the rest of the show, because we got to get into the Mamdani speech. Yeah, the Mamdani speech is kind of an important pretext for everything else. Yep. All righty. So Zohran Mamdani made an acceptance speech on election night. We caught the tail end here on our stream. We were busy yapping ourselves, and so we missed most of it on the stream. It's about a 22-minute speech, and we just have a little supercut of some of the highlights, which we will show for you now.
Toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page only to the few. Tonight, we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. We will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism, where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
So that was the big line, to turn the volume up. That was like the viral line. The speech as a whole, that was about 4.5 minutes of a 22-minute speech, was pretty much exactly what I would expect, which is a lot of Obama-like flourishes and, platitudinous stuff about hope and participation and representation, paired with, some nods to, the like DSA economic program about the billionaires, using, people's resentments to get them to punch down. And it's pretty much exactly what I would have expected. It was a fairly boilerplate speech. Nothing really surprising.
I mean, he did basically tell Cuomo to go fuck himself, which frankly, given the campaign he ran, he had every right. He had every right. That was pretty mild to make the point. You can't win a campaign anymore on Islamophobia. What? He's not within his rights to say that?
No, of course. I mean, that's why I included it in that piece there, because I just wanted to do a fair representation of the stuff of what he said. There was a lot of it sounded like something Obama would have said. Some of it sounded like something Bernie would have said, and then he put, he infused his own background in there as a Muslim, and basically told Cuomo to fuck himself. So, that's basically what I would have expected. Now, Van Jones found this to be a big missed opportunity, very polarizing, as if anyone could take this piece of shit seriously. Like, it's amazing how this guy still considers himself someone who's like, suited to provide any kind of commentary, given what an absolute, just transparent sellout he is.
Well, he would definitely get a slot at the Patrick Bet David roast with his dead Palestinian baby stylings.
Yes, with the baby stylings, exactly. So about the speech, first of all, let's give Zoran his due. Let's hear what he has to say, because he clipped this video reaction.
You got to give the guy the credit. He defeated Democratic Party royalty, the Cuomo. That's a royal family in our party. Defeated them. Defeated the oligarchs and rich folks who jumped in to try to stop him, and then defeated Donald Trump. So the triumphalism that you see there is earned. A year ago, nobody ever heard of it.
In this case, very handsy royalty.
I'm hearing from
little handsy.
feel a great deal of relief and pride, and they're fired up, and they feel like they've been silenced for too long. So that speech appealed to some, but I think he missed an opportunity.
Is that right?
I think the Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech.
Right, because that's exactly how he was portrayed in the media during the campaign, as warm and calm and embracing. Yeah. It's not like the media just constantly fear-mongered about how this guy was going to bring Islamo-communism to New York City. Like, that in itself is such a whitewashing of the past couple of months. Like, hey, this guy was so great. He was so warm, and that's exactly how he was portrayed. That's not
exactly how he was treated by goons like you.
Right.
It's kind of funny. His dad looks like an Indian Giuliani.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of look like an Indian Giuliani.
And I think that Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not? Is he going to include me? Is he going? Or is he going to be more of a class warrior, even in office? I think he missed a chance tonight to open up and bring more people into the tent.
Now, who are you talking to when you say, is he going to include me, or is he going to be a class warrior? You're talking to what? Billionaires?
Rich people.
Rich people who are worried that he's not going to include them. The guy went out of his way, in a very debasing way, I would say, to, gesture that anti-Semitism is this real crisis in New York City now. He goes out of his way to do that because he figures that's the price of doing business, right? It's cringy when he does
rich people.
But yeah, and to comfort the rich people. Like,
he has a McKinsey alumni going around to the corporations and the banks right now to reassure them.
Exactly.
Like, who could you be speaking of when you speak of yourself being invited in? What exactly is it about you that you feel is alienated?
Yeah, who did he leave out?
The fact that you're a completely corrupt tool for the establishment. I mean, that's really, when you boil it down, that's what he's talking about. Will corrupt tools for the establishment, like myself, get called out by Mamdani, or will we get invited in?
Exactly.
I think his tone was sharp. I think
his tone was sharp. Oh, his tone was sharp.
Using the microphone in a way.
He's a vocal coach
and
now.
That's not the Mamdani we've seen on TikTok and the great interviews and stuff like that. So I felt like there's a little bit of a character switch here, where the warm, open, embracing guy that's close to working people was not on stage tonight, and there was some other voice on stage. That said, he's very young, and he just pulled off something that's very, very difficult. And I wouldn't write him off, but I think he missed an opportunity to open himself up tonight. And I think that will probably cost him going forward.
No one's writing him off. He just won. He's the winner. What do you mean I wouldn't write him off? He's the winner. Yeah. That was his victory speech. He doesn't need you to not write him off. You can write him off all you want because you're a loser, and he's the winner. I wouldn't write him off after he just makes a victory speech.
I'm sorry. Van Jones is particularly disgusting because we have gone through, I've said this again and again, nobody I've spoken to, even people who might be more cynical about Mamdani than I am, and I'm pretty cynical like Jimmy. We talked about it last night. Nobody disagrees that this was a grotesquely and uniquely racist campaign that was run against him. And for somebody like Van Jones, a black man, to not understand why he might have shown a little peak, a little peak in his acceptance speech, that 5 minutes that we showed in the final debate, where the moderator, Sliwa, and Cuomo each took turns basically calling him an anti-Semitic jihadist, demanding that he answer for his supposed crime of being a brown Muslim. That was one of the most uncomfortable things I've seen. I'm not even a fan of Mamdani, and I felt bad for that guy, man, having to be up there, and you could see, and this is something that is so much a part of the black experience, so often spoken about by black people, the cognitive dissonance of having to please white people and to hold in your feelings for fear you're going to get accused of being the angry black man. So you have to constantly hold everything in and make yourself passable. Otherwise, they're not going to allow you to have the things that any white person would take for granted. Like, to not see that in his story and to whore yourself out the way he does on CNN, reinforcing these narratives, especially because, as we've pointed out many times, he knows better, man. He got fired from the Obama administration for being a radical.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes. And I'll add some stuff. But on that note, first of all, in terms of tone policing, you're talking about a guy who had to recently apologize for making jokes about dead Gaza babies on the Bill Maher show, if you remember this. Bill Maher is a pain in the ass with copyright, so I didn't feel like prepping the video since it's kind of tangential. I made a comment on Real Time with Bill Maher about the war in Gaza that was insensitive and hurtful. That's when he says, the people are seeing dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, dead Gaza baby, Diddy, dead Gaza baby, ha, 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 right? So it's interesting that he would tone police someone a month almost to the day after that scandal. Also, this was a good find. This got about 1.5 million views. In 2003, Van Jones recorded a rap album where he called for an end to the Israeli occupation and the right of return for Palestinian refugees. Nowadays, he makes fun of dead babies in Gaza for late-night TV laugh tracks. Let's take a look at this rap track. I'm assuming this is his track because that's what it claims, and it was not community noted, and it got over 1 million views. So I'm assuming this would have been community noted if it wasn't what this guy says it was, but it's unmistakably his voice. So whether it was his track, it's definitely his voice that was used in a track.
Palestinian people being respected, and at this point, the end of the occupation, the right of return for Palestinian people, these are the critical dividing lines, global dividing line questions of human rights. We have to be here. No American would put up with an Israeli-style occupation of their hometown for 53 days. Let alone 54 years. We see violence against poor people and poor people of color within the U.S. border, at the U.S. border, and beyond the U.S. border. And you see U.S. tax dollars funding all of it. And so we have, this now global struggle against a U.S.-led security apparatus and military agenda that impacts people here and impacts people around the world. And I think that we need to see our problems as linked.
There you go. Wow. Look at that.
How do you sleep at night?
Here's Van Jones. I don't even know when this is. This looks like it was older, like in the 90s. Video of Van Jones before they shaved his head and connected the electrodes. Yes, here's Van Jones. And it's really interesting what he says at the very end of this video.
Do that in 1960. This dudes could do that in 1970. This dudes could do that in 1985 and 86. In 1993, when we have the United States
1993.
building a death camp, a concentration camp, for black people who have done nothing wrong but get sick and want justice. That's all they've done wrong. If we can't close that death camp, if this generation cannot prevent another Japanese American internment in our lifetime, we should all get haircuts and go get regular jobs and give it up.
He says we should all get haircuts. I guess
he was that guy, yeah.
We should all get haircuts and get regular jobs and give it up. And what happened? He got a haircut, he got a regular job, and he gave it up. Really interesting stuff. And yeah, of course, Van Jones, look at that. Of course, he understands what a despicably racist campaign they ran against Mamdani, and his response to the guy's victory speech, where he's like a little salty, a couple times over a 22-minute speech, was almost all conciliatory gobbledygook, in my opinion. I didn't think it was a particularly great speech. He gave a shout out to Eugene Debs at the first line. That was kind of cool. And then he did the thing about the billionaires. Other than that, it was basically an Obama-esque kind of speech. He feels he has to go out and tone police him after that. And as far as like the campaign that they ran against Mamdani and people litigating Mamdani, and this would certainly apply to, Van Jones's critique or should I say response to this speech that he has here. When you look at the kind of campaign they ran against him, especially in the home stretch, especially down the home stretch with, Sid Rosenberg and all these freaks having these racist rallies outside of the World Trade Center as if he's a jihadist or a terrorist, like that is just vile, bigoted, propagandistic, which is reason enough to oppose it. It's also warmongering because the dehumanization, not just of Palestinians, but of Arabs more broadly, is what has been used to manufacture consent, not just for the Greater Israel Project, but for all of these post 9/11 wars, right? The clash of civilizations framing, the portrayal of Muslims and Arabs as less than human, as incompatible with Western people, that is just bigoted, propagandistic warmongering. So whether you like Mamdani or not is really not relevant to whether or not you should, in my opinion, defend him against that. It just in the same way, there's a comparison here to Russiagate. When the Democrats and the media were Russiagating Donald Trump, we spoke out again. I mean, we didn't have a platform at the time, but we opposed it on the grounds that it was bigoted, propagandistic warmongering meant to manufacture consent for hostility with Russia. And what was the most annoying thing in the world? When liberals would say, well, it sounds like you like Donald Trump. No, I don't like Donald Trump. I'm not debunking Russiagate because I like Donald Trump. I'm debunking Russiagate because I hate bigoted, propagandistic, warmongering bullshit. And that is what these pieces of garbage did to Mamdani in the 11th hour of this campaign.
Of course.
And I feel like we had a responsibility to push back against that. Don't forget, this guy started his campaign talking about affordability, interviewing Trump voters about why they voted for Donald Trump because they couldn't afford groceries and rent and, gas bills or whatever, heating bills.
And also then, making all the food halal.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That was the other thing.
And then these creeps bring this fight to him, saying, well, he's an Islamo-communist. So like, if the Zionists are going to pick that fight and wage that fight in such an ugly, propagandistic, hostile, and yes, warmongering way, then do we not have some responsibility to fight back? Like what? Right. Like is like because we're not huge on Mamdani. Does that mean we should just
everybody
sit
does
back?
it?
Everybody does it. It's just a tongue twister thing. Because we're not big on Mamdani, does that mean we just kind of sit back and let the Zionists take this propaganda win? Because that's what it is. Like if they were to beat him, if all that stuff were to work, that would be a major propaganda victory for the Israel lobby. So to not engage at all would be to just say, well, we're just going to forfeit that to them. We're just going to let the Zionists have this big propaganda win. So I guess we'll just sit this out. Like that really doesn't jive. And that's what they did in the last few weeks of the campaign. And Van Jones was totally silent on that. I mean, to my knowledge, he wasn't out there criticizing Mamdani. I don't watch CNN, so I don't know. But he was totally silent on that. Absolutely silent on that. Didn't say, hey, you know what? This is really not fair what they're doing to this guy. Just because he's a 34-year-old Muslim man doesn't mean he's a terrorist. Completely silent on that. Nothing at all. And then the minute his victory speech ends, he says, well, he missed an opportunity there to be unifying. He had the wrong tone. Fuck you. Eat shit. Eat shit. What a piece of garbage.
Yeah, I got into this a little with Jimmy too. They were so determined to go full racist that they ignored the woke stuff, which I think actually probably would have been more fruitful. They could have gotten into that. They never grabbed the DSA video about bussing people in for free trans surgery. That because it just did not fit the narrative they were determined to push. As soon as they went down that road, they could never really bring up the jihadi thing effectively again. They decided to just not talk about their go-to issue, the transes. These people love to talk about that. Yeah, maybe not Cuomo because he's running as a de facto Democrat, but the Sid Rosenbergs and company, the David Rems and company, to not want to talk about that because it did not fit this narrative that they were absolutely obsessed with, that he's a Muslim extremist. Anything that didn't fit that, even things that I think were probably more politically potent, wouldn't touch it. I went up to Rosenberg at that rally, and I brought that up. He did not want to talk about it. So, yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We will move right on along here. Let's go to some more Rumble rants. Abiding 71 says it was 1963 and Corn Pop was on McDougal Street slinging $15 lids of Acapulco Gold when he received the fateful call to walk Bob Dylan on stage for the first time at Cafe Riccio. Thank you, Abiding. Noah Goop says my right-wing Cuban coworker says you see New York, Maine as fucked. See you, New York. Oh, you're right. New York, Maine is fucked. I get it.
New York, Maine is fucked.
Yes, I got that. I realized that you're doing an accent. Merch inspired by Donald's Lincoln bathroom rim job, gaping Trump mouth dump bucket, Tim Pool, low flow golden shower head, Rappaport urinal cake. Chris Matthews must be hiding under his bed, says Eric Rousseau.
Seriously.
Bunny Ripley, hey again, DD, did you find that sponsor application per chance? I've sent various emails now too, but Gmail has habit of labeling things as spam or promotions willy-nilly, so maybe you aren't seeing them. I emailed back. I haven't received any emails. No. There was one sponsor who emailed saying that they had a book, so I emailed them saying what book. I don't know if that was you. But yeah, I didn't receive an email from you. So you could DM us on Twitter if there's something weird with your email. At Due Dissidence, the DM should be open. So you could try that. But I've not seen emails. I will take another look, but I haven't seen any. Sorry about that. Look on the bright side, dirtbags. Comet 3I Atlas Nibiru Planet X, a worm mood will be here soon, and Yaldabaoth is going to surf in those mile-high mud flood tsunamis, and Kirk Cameron's going to save the pure. Thank you, Hillary Hitton. DM'd you the Red Dawn. Thanks, David Hughes. Appreciate the $20. That's very kind of you. DM'd you the Red Dawn Zionist Dawn trailer I made a while back. Great minds think alike. Wolverines, Free Palestine. Thank you for that. I'll take a look in the DMs. Appreciate that. There's a great social realism song by Chronix called Legend, says Nocturnal Human. There's a great, got that one. Sorry, copied that one over twice. Appreciate that. So what about cowboy presidents? We had the Governator. That's right. You had the Governator. Yeah. Indeed. Several omissions and biased descriptions about his role from the revolution to his expulsion from the party in the USSR. You should invite Norman on to discuss this, and I'm no Trotskyist at all. Thank you. People Infinite. Hard to know how to act when it all seems eventually binary. I got to research Shaman independent actions because hopefully Mamdani's win means ominously feels prelude to a cyclical hero warship. Thank you, People Infinite. Stoop sign. I prefer watching all the Cats games. Since she's had on Twitch, maybe she and Norm can debate Palestine with Destiny in a bowl of shit with googly eyes on Lex Friedman. Thank you, Stoop sign. All right. We're going to take some super chats.
Okay. Dimitri Mugianis. Comrades, great interview. Very grateful for what you do. Solidarity from Harlem. Thank you, neighbor.
Thank you.
Irony. New YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you very much. Lorian Brightbill. Hey, I just got back in the country from Costa Rica and Panama. Didn't need my passport for immigration. They just recognized my face through the digital overlords. Oh, the convenience was so comforting. They have that now. I mean, I don't know how much of a difference it is. I don't know if they do this if you don't have TSA pre-check, but if you do, like they do a face scan to make sure you're the person you are. So it sounds like the same thing, just you don't need the physical passport.
Interesting.
As of now, you still need the passport, at least anywhere that I've gone. Virtuoso. BB is putting up Tom Brady numbers when it comes to this genocide.
Yeah.
Free Palestine, yeah. Michael Castillo in Nick Fuentes' voice. He is an idiot. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Michael
Working
Castillo.
WEPS, don't let Jimmy swing you on Mamdani. We need him. Listen, as I told Jimmy, the first time, well, the only time I interviewed him, because he was polling low enough that he talked to anybody at a Tesla protest. That's what I said. I said he strikes me as a politician. He strikes me as slick. So nobody's swinging me on anything. That's what I thought from day one.
Yeah, as I said, like my opinion of Mamdani is kind of irrelevant. Like if they're coming at a young Muslim guy, calling him a fucking Islamo-communist jihadist in order to manufacture consent for genocide and war with Iran, then like I personally feel like I have a duty to push back against that.
Of
because
course.
it's Israeli warmongering racist propaganda. Doesn't really matter what I think about Mamdani. Like that's kind of irrelevant.
Right.
You know? Yeah.
Uncommon Magic. Roast baby flame broiled. Yeah.
There you go. All right, let's move on. This one, take this
last
one.
one. Jay Galt. Mamdani. He loves me not. He will compromise if he doesn't have vigilant, organized support for his policies from his followers. Oligarchy will be throwing everything to sabotage him. You know, I think it is fair to try to take somewhat of a wait-and-see attitude. Taking pictures with Alex Soros right after getting elected is probably not sending out the best signal. I do think you have to wait to see what he does. But remember, what did Obama do as soon as he got in office? He dismantled his coalition because he didn't actually want to do any of the things he was trying to do. Obama had a grassroots army he could have mobilized for any policy. If he had really wanted to pass universal health insurance, if Obama, at that time he was at the height of his popularity, if he had gone on TV and said, I want y'all to come to Washington. We're going to do it on this date, and we're going to have a big rally for healthcare.
Of course.
Do you know how many millions of fucking people would have flooded Washington if he had done that? He had no intention of doing that.
Yeah, didn't want
So we'll see.
Yep.
Okay. Moving on.
Yep.
All right. Michael Tracy, God bless him, and I can see where he was coming from on this. Whereas everyone wanted to be in the Mamdani headquarters for election night, Tracy, I think, made the better choice. He decided to be at Cuomo headquarters for election night, and that ended up being a fruitful decision. So this is David Rem. I interviewed him a little at the protest of dozens. We are dozens at the memorial site last week. So here he is at the Cuomo event, blaming Curtis Sliwa.
Curtis? I'll send it to him because he yelled at me today. Good. Hey, Curtis, you're a fucking scumbag, like I said all along, all these months. You fucking got 8% of the vote. You split the fucking vote for the $7 million. You were a scumbag. I hope every New Yorker spits in your fucking face every single day. You fucking sold out like fucking Judas sold out fucking Jesus for the 30 fucking points and silver. Go fuck yourself.
Real man of faith there. Like Judas sold out fucking Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it says in the King James. It said without the F-bombs. But yeah, that's pretty much what fucking Judas did. What did Judas get? I think he got 8 points too.
Yeah.
All right. So this one, I've never heard of her. She's on WABC radio. Apparently only the best over there these days. So Michael Tracy caught up with her.
Hold on, start.
What do you want to say to Curtis Canarsie? Boy, you fuck New York. Your own ego. Curtis, I interviewed you. I gave you time. I interviewed all the interviews. I interviewed Andrew. I interviewed you. I interviewed Jim. I interviewed Eric Adams. Eric Adams had the class to know when it was time to walk away.
You're a real modicum
It's not money. It's money,
beacon
Curtis.
of
Come
class.
after me now. Because I know why you stayed in this fucking race. It's who everybody you supported. And you ruined New York. And Andrew Cuomo was way better suited to be the mayor. Now we got Zoran Mamdani, who you probably cut a deal with. Go on record. Come after me. You fuck New York.
Yeah, that's a real classy person there. Aren't these people classy? Can't you
ain't
tell?
got no class.
Can't you tell?
No class.
Who can't you tell who the wrong candidates to vote for was by who's at their election night party? Like, look at these people. These are the kinds of people who would walk into a bakery at 10 a.m. on Thanksgiving Day and complain that there's a line. Come on, people, get it together. What's going on? What's going on is it's a holiday and it's fucking busy. So shut your mouth and stand 6 feet away from me because your perfume is suffocating me. I can't breathe.
Well, these are the people who a few years ago were spitting at people for asking them to wear a mask, and they're telling you to go vote for Andrew Cuomo, who they absolutely fucking despised until 10 minutes ago.
I need a mask around a woman like that. I'm afraid the perfume will make my fucking airwaves swell.
You know what? The Long Island Railroad, I avoid it during rush hour in the morning because the perfume is suffocating.
Yeah, exactly. You can't breathe around there. Yeah.
It's all people coming in from like that.
Bridge and funnel garbage.
Okay, so let me explain something that if you're not from New York, you might not catch. I will probably do something specifically about this on Sunday. It is no accident that every person you see going on one of these rants is a native New Yorker. They have the New York accent, and they are usually Italian or Jewish. One or the other. They're Italian or Jewish, and they got the whole thing going on. You fucking Curtis Sliwa, you fucking. All right. These people are all part of the turn of the century immigrant wave. They're all descended from that. There was the Irish came earlier. Then the Jews and the Italians came in around the same time in the late 19th and early 20th century. And it created a lot of kind of cross-cultural cross-pollination between Jews and Italians. A lot of, my best friend growing up was Italian. Like the Jews and the Italians really came in together, grew up together, and kind of created a New York culture that was a fusion of Jewish, Irish, and Italian. That became kind of the dominant culture. Part of what's happening here is that generation passing the torch to the new wave immigrants, which are much more likely to be Indian, Pakistani, Korean, Chinese. You go out to my hometown today, Flushing. It's the largest Asian population outside Asia on Earth. Now, when I was growing up, it was all guys like David Rem. It was all guys like that. That's pretty much what I grew up with. They can't handle it, man. They can't handle it. And the irony of it is the kind of shit that they're saying about Mamdani is exactly what was said about their people. Right down to the communism, particularly with Jews. Jews were accused of being communists. Italians were accused of being anarchists. They couldn't adopt our institutions. They were accused of not assimilating, of their neighborhoods being, un-American, and they're destroying the city. And they were getting accused of that by the immigrant groups that came before them. The Germans, the Irish didn't like the Jews and the Italians. Eventually, because the Protestants didn't like the Irish either, they made common cause with the Italians, both being Catholics. They wound up kind of coming together. But yeah, man, this is just exactly what happened to the Italians, the Jews, and the Irish when they came in. And now their descendants, their grandchildren and great-grandchildren are throwing that exact same kind of racism at this new wave of immigrants. And in both cases, it's the fear of losing power. They're seeing their New York being overshadowed by the new rising New York. That's what a lot of this mental breakdown is about. It's not that they think this very clean-cut, very hip Muslim guy is really going to bring in communism and jihad. It's not that. It's that their world is passing and a new world is rising, and they don't like it. And Cuomo, tired, looking beat up, cranky, doesn't want to be there. It's kind of a perfect champion for this group because that's pretty much who they are. So here's a little bit of Cuomo's concession speech here.
We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation.
Talking about a guy who started the race with a 50-point lead.
And feel proud.
Oh yeah, no,
because we fought our hearts out.
In the days before the election, I saved multiple articles. I don't think I ended up using any of them. I was thinking about doing a Marquis de Dobular bit, but I never got to it. Whether it was the Wall Street Journal, the New York Post, the New York Times, didn't matter. It was Mamdani is bad for the city. This is why. Mamdani is going to ruin the city. This is why. These are about to be bad times for New York. This is why. It didn't matter what ideological lane the newspaper was in. For Cuomo to get up there and talk like the papers coronated Mamdani, that's
over
just
the over the spring, Cuomo had like a 40-point lead over Mamdani.
Right.
So what are you talking about? He's acting like we were the little engine that could, that gave him a run for his money. We gave him a run for his money. Gave him a run for his money.
Yeah.
You were beating him by 40 points. He came back and crushed you.
A 34-year-old Muslim assemblyman with no name ID destroyed you.
Yeah, destroyed
in a matter of months.
With a 40-point head start, he destroyed you.
Yeah.
Left it all on the field.
That's rad, you hear?
Congratulations to
Sliwa!
Zoran
Fuck Sliwa!
Mamdani.
No, it's a classy joint.
You know what you call that? Class.
It's class.
You call that class.
Good Italian class.
Very classy people in this joint.
No. That is not right.
Folks, this is not confirmation. This is not your nephew's confirmation. Settle down.
That is not us. Really? Have you gotten a look at the collection of freaks that are still supporting you? That's exactly you. That is exactly who you're supporting.
Folks, this is not your son-in-law's wedding when the buffet runs out of veal. Please settle down. Please settle down.
This is not my niece's baptism where I know there were some disruptions there.
Yeah.
We don't want to have that today. There are cameras here.
All right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to go with that plan.
This is the funniest one.
Here's David Rem with his hype man and woman, respectively.
And Mamdani, he threw the election. Curtis Sliwa, throw this election. Wake up, New York. Shame on you, Curtis Sliwa. You threw the election. You're a scumbag. You will never be loved in New York City.
Look at the guy down there.
The guy's fighting.
You are a scumbag. Fucking tell about Sliwa's a scumbag. Shame on Curtis Sliwa. You fucked the whole fucking thing up.
You fucked the whole fucking thing up.
New York City. You fucked New York City.
It's like January 6th meets Tony and Tina's wedding.
Just pathetic people. Now, one thing that really is always going to be a mystery to me is why a campaign that thought it was a good idea to put digital Cuomo signs on the urinals lost. I don't know how these people could have lost an election. The people whose closing pitch was, it looks like it, but it's not actually the OJ Bronco. I don't know how these people lost. It's a mystery. Now, you want to see the kind of quality people that are supporting Cuomo that are upset about Mamdani. Here's former mobster and professional murderer, mobcaster Michael Franzese, talking about how people are writing to him to say the mafia should come back to New York.
My friends, I got to share something with you that you might consider pretty funny. Maybe it's sad, I don't know, but I've been getting social media comments and texts and even emails this morning say, hey, we got to bring the mafia back to New York. This crazy socialist, this Marxist, this communist, we don't want him in control. We don't want him as mayor. My friends, too late for that. That ship has sailed. He's elected. He's your guy. And I'll be honest with you, I never thought I'd see the...
What was wrong with the old days when concrete cost 75% more in New York City than anywhere else in the country because the mafia rigged all the bids and controlled all the concrete suppliers? Hey, those were the days. You know what I'm talking about? When whether you bought a fucking apple in the supermarket or you bought a pair of pants at the department store, you were paying a markup because the mob controlled the garment district and they controlled the trucking unions. Hey, I don't want to pay a communist. I want to pay Joe Bag of Donuts on the fucking corner with a paper bag full of cash. I miss those days.
Day when we would have a communist as a mayor of New York City, one of the biggest cities in the country, in the world, actually. But hey, you know what? All I can say is be careful what you wish for, because now you got it. Between him and that other crazy, fraud, phony, hypocrite, whatever you want to call him, out in California that I have to deal with, who got his Proposition 50 passed only to serve himself, his interests, so that he has a better shot at becoming president in 28. This guy don't care for anybody. He's the biggest loser.
I can't believe these former mafia guys are right-wing reactionaries. I can't believe that. They were such warm-hearted people in their former career. I can't believe they gravitate towards the same kinds of politics as Sid Rosenberg. I can't believe that. Now, something to understand, and if you're from a city that had a big mafia like Chicago, you might know what I'm talking about, even if you're not from New York. There is this very misplaced nostalgia in certain quarters for the mafia, this very idealized Godfather vision of the mafia as the honorable society that protected the neighborhood. That's where that's coming from. And that is exactly the same kind of douchebags that would be screaming, Curtis Lewa, you fucking scumbag. There is a great Venn diagram overlap between that and people say, you know what? The mafia kept the neighborhood safe. They kept saying, well, not if you were a business owner that they were fucking shaking down, who couldn't stay in business without paying the mafia a portion of their profits. Richard Hanania, this is pretty funny. This is the brain trust that was apoplectic about Mamdani. They were showing up in Kentucky trying to vote against him. It's the Kentucky Secretary of State telling people they can't do that. We're getting calls about polls being closed. They are closed because we do not have elections today. Kentucky votes next year. You cannot vote today in Kentucky for the mayor of New York City or the governor of Virginia. Sorry.
Wow.
Only the best and the brightest on Team Cuomo over there. Gunther Eagleman, or the 15 Nigerians who are posing as Gunther Eagleman to run that account. Keep in mind, what is happening to NYC would have happened to all of America had Kamala been installed. Trump saved America. Like, in media, you have different niches of the market. Gunther Eagleman has clearly gone for the dumbest of the dumb. Like, he's just decided that's his niche and that's who he's going to go after. But hey, man, we always try to keep it real here. We always want to be honest. I did take a bike ride to the Battery yesterday, the first full day after the election. And Gunther's kind of got a point. In fact, somebody did a video showing what horrors we're suffering here in New York as a result of this election already.
Day one living in Mamdanistan, aka New York City. Boots on the ground journalism that the lamestream media will not show you. Sure, the cafes might look like they're busy. These are all propaganda facades in the midst of a decay. Some guy and his son biking. All these people just going about their day in an orderly manner. This coffee shop behind me sells cappuccinos for $6. And you want me to pretend like everything's fine? People working? See the collapse in real time. $3 bus fare. Excuse me, where is all the visible suffering? Look at this shit. You guys aren't gonna believe this, but some fucking asshole just said good morning to me. Single family homes and apartment buildings on the same block. We made it to the park. I wonder what kind of bullshit we'll see now. Musicians playing a banjo. Bubbles. I hate bubbles. Everywhere I look, it's the same story. Cooperation, stability, civility. The liberals will try and tell you this is what progress looks like. Now let's go get a coffee. The cafe behind me is going to be an Antifa outpost by tomorrow. The Mamdani experiment is over, folks. Somebody needs to call Washington.
Yeah. Now, to his point, New York is actually one of the safest places in the country. It just is. It just is. I mean, there was just a study showing crime is at I think the lowest level since 1997, just multi-decade low crime, murders. What that video is obscuring, that is a big part of why Mamdani got elected, is what you're seeing there is a very upscale, prosperous city for a certain kind of person. Look at the places that he's showing. Cafes, coffee shops, right? I mean, yeah. When I did my Weird New York tour and our friend Tickled to Death filmed it, he said you should show this to everybody who thinks New York is this collapsing, chaotic place because it's a bunch of fucking upscale people. And more people are being left out of that. And that is including, yes, downwardly mobile white hipsters. Sure, like that's definitely a part of his coalition, people who can't afford to live in that city anymore. But the real issue that people like Bill Ackman have is they can't afford that city. So for them, there's no problem. There's nothing to fix. It's not broken for them.
Right.
But what he just showed you, I am telling you, I would be honest with you. If that were a misrepresentation of New York, I would tell you, it's pretty much what it's like. It's pretty much what it's like. It's pretty upscale. It's pretty safe. It's pretty clean. And most of the people you see are pretty happy because they got fucking money. That's why. I mean, in Manhattan. Granted, I live in Manhattan. It's a different story where Jose is, the Bronx. You would see something completely different. That was all in Manhattan. And yeah, that's what Manhattan looks like, more or less. So this is, in terms of the Sliwa thing, this is really an example of the idiocy on display here. So Xavier DeRusso of the 7K Club puts out, Curtis Sliwa, when I catch you, to which I responded, I hope this Zio for hire knows how to count to 7K better than he knows how to add up election results. Mamdani 52, Cuomo 40, Sliwa 8. So, 40 and 8 don't add up to 51. They don't. Right. That wouldn't matter. But at least one Zio for hire had an answer to that. Let's be clear. If Curtis Sliwa had dropped out of the race today, we would have had a Mayor Cuomo today on election day. It's not just the Sliwa voters who would have gone to Cuomo. It's also the demotivating effect on voters who for months kept hearing that Mamdani was definitely winning. When voters hear that Mamdani has a 95% chance of winning, they lose motivation to get out and vote. All of this is due to Sliwa. So in this fantasy football scenario, the Mamdani voters would have been demoralized if Sliwa had gotten out. And the pro-Cuomo forces would have been so animated that he would have broken through the 50% threshold. Because clearly all of the evidence would lead you to believe that. Like, Mamdani's coalition was not extremely enthusiastic, whereas Cuomo's coalition was not made up by a bunch of people very angry that a new group of immigrants is about to take over the city, and it's not going to be the city where their grandparents had a fruit stand on Mott Street anymore. This was maybe my favorite meme. Breaking. Cuomo has fled the NYC mainland following its fall to socialist Zohran Mamdani. Sources say he will establish a new government on Staten Island with the goal of eventually reclaiming the entire city. Mamdani has vowed to purge all remaining Kuomintang on the mainland. So yeah, man. Some people not taking this very well. If you follow any Zionists, like not just the professional Zionists for pay on X, but like side, yeah, they're not doing well. They're not doing well. But I will say, and this is a hopeful thing, what I'm seeing in my socials, like again, not the professional conversations, like real conversations, I'm seeing more and more of the real Zionist maniacs getting pushback from other people. Like, well, what are you so worried about with Mamdani? Like, these people are such pigs, and we'll get into that more in the next segment. More and more people are noticing. Even though noticing is antiseptic, more and more people are noticing that these people are nuts.
Well, yeah, obviously. I mean, just look at them.
Right.
Look at them. I mean, look at the people in that Cuomo hall. Those were like the cream of the crop. Those were the VIPs. Those were the ones who are like classy enough to get the invite.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And look at who they are. All right, we can go right into the B part.
Okay, so this is Cuomo on election day, and a well-meaning fan tried to bless him with the well wishes of the God of the Hebrews.
I promise you, like he helps to come to Trump, he's going to help you. God of Israel is going to help you today.
Okay. Abier, guess God decided to take the day off. Now, if I'm not wrong, I think I know who that is. That's actually a Zionist account. So she's mad at God. She's mad at God today. She should look at her Bible. That never ends well in the Old Testament. But you want to see how deeply racist these people are? This is John Levine. So it's a video of Mehdi Hassan Piker, Mahmoud Khalil, and Jamal Bowman at the victory party. He says, I can smell this video. I can smell this video. I mean, they're not even trying to hide it. Like, they're not even trying to make it about even jihadi. Like, a lot of them are just straight out. This is the worst of the kind of racism that we saw directed at the groups that these people are from, that Levine is from. I am assuming from that name that he's Jewish. Like, these are the exact kinds of things they said about his grandparents or great-grandparents. Yeah, they smell, their cooking stinks, they don't bathe. They live like pigs. Here's dildo salesman Rabbi Shmuley on election night, predictably melting down and spreading falsehoods.
My friends, tonight is a catastrophe for the greatest city in the world and the new Rome, New York. Let me be clear. Normally, when you have a young anonymous candidate who elevates himself from obscurity and wins an election of this monument, it should be something to celebrate. It shows that this is America. Anyone can achieve anything. Mamdani's an immigrant and won very high office. God bless him. That's a beautiful thing. Mamdani's a Muslim and becomes mayor of America's biggest city. Normally, that would be a beautiful thing. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, it makes absolutely no difference. It shows that Americans are not Islamophobic, not anti-Semitic, not racist. We've had Jewish mayors, we've had black mayors. The difference is that Mamdani is someone who's utterly intolerant of others. He rejects American ideals. He is not an immigrant who embraced American values. Defending Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East.
Oh,
defending
that's the first
Israel's
one.
right to defend itself against terrorism. This is
First
someone
two.
who wants to spread terrorism. This is someone who said he
Oh.
wants to globalize Intifada. That means globalize the murder of Jews worldwide.
No, it doesn't
And then you
mean
have
that.
the
No, he
economic
didn't say that.
policies. The reason why New York is the global financial capital is it inspires people to develop their talent, whether it's through AI and technology.
Okay, all right. So yes, as I'm sure you've all caught, he's just lying and lying and lying. And if you notice with people like Shmuley, they always say it's okay to be a Muslim, but they're never able to find a Muslim that they're okay with.
Right.
They're
Right.
okay in theory, just like you can criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic, but they've never heard a criticism of Israel that they didn't call anti-Semitic.
Right.
In theory, you can do that. In practice, they never allow anybody that kind of space. And of course, saying he called for globalizing the Intifada is just a lie. Saying that globalize the Intifada means to kill all the Jews is a lie. He's just lying. But he wasn't done. So he goes to Lincoln Center, and this is the interior of the Metropolitan Opera House that he's in making this video. According to him, the Lincoln Center is done now.
Everyone, I wanted to just come to a cultural center in New York in order to say goodbye to it. This is Lincoln Center, one of the most celebrated bastions of ballet, opera, philharmonic music, classical music, God Almighty, everything. What Zohar Mamdani is going to do, of course, is cut funding to all these things. He doesn't understand New York at all. Does New York have to be affordable? Of course. That's done through competition. That's done through incentivizing developers to build more houses so there's more availability. More availability means lower prices. Instead, what he's going to do is he's going to tax the rich, soak the rich, so the developers don't want to touch the city with a barge pole. All of these places are going to go to hell and back because no one's, without patronage, they're not going to have money. They're not going to get city money. And New York's going to become a disgusting hovel. Now, if that's what his voters wanted, then why did they move to New York in the first place? There are so many cities around America that are disgusting hovels. There are so many cities around the world that are disgusting hovels. Clearly, they came to New York because they love the internationalism, the globalism, the variety, the restaurants, the bars, and, of course, the great cultural institutions.
I just have to say, how many of those disgusting hovels are run by socialist mayors? How many?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. For one thing, the whole thing is just incredibly tone deaf. And again, people like him, like Savetsky, they are anti-Semitism weapons of mass destruction. You could not do more to reinforce the vision of Jews as elitist globalists who hate average people than to go to the lobby of the fucking Metropolitan Opera House of all things and lament the loss of culture under the new mayor and compare New York to the disgusting hovels in other parts of the country. Like, you could not do more to reinforce 6 or 7 negative anti-Semitic stereotypes than he does just in the minute and a half of that video that we showed. But it's not just an anti-Semitic stereotype. It's a New York stereotype of New Yorkers as these out-of-touch elitists. But remember, very few New Yorkers have ever even set foot inside the Metropolitan Opera House. Shmuley is speaking for Ackman and his ilk. This city, to them, is for them. And for the kind of people, do you know what it costs to go to a fucking opera at the Metropolitan Opera House? This is not something that working people are doing. And yes, there are certain programs. You could go to the Philharmonic in the daytime and they have lower cost things, but they certainly don't encourage people to do that. There is no real outreach to working class communities to bring them to Lincoln Center at low or no cost so that they can enjoy the arts. Lincoln Center is very much an elite institution that is there for New York's elite classes. And that is pretty much how they run it. Lincoln Center might as well be on the moon for the average person living in New York City. And it's very telling that he decided to build his argument, his completely batshit insane argument, that Lincoln Center is going to collapse as the basis for being offended by Mamdani. I don't think even Bill Ackman is out of touch enough to go do that and not understand the connotations of a video like that. But even what he's saying about housing, I mean, everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. there were multiple propositions. There were 5 propositions on the ballot, and 3 of them concerned making it easier to build more housing, and they all passed. There's the Wall Street Journal, not a lefty newspaper. How New York developers scored a victory on election night. 3 measures passed that should ease approval of new housing developments. And I will point out once again, because people like Shmuley, like Ackman, are talking about New York like it's got a great real estate market, right? Well, New York also has the strictest tenant protections in the country. So those things don't go together. If having these kind of socialist policies that protect people are going to degrade quality of life in the city, then why do you like the city so much? Shouldn't the city be the kind of disgusting hovel that you're talking about? We've had these protections since the 50s, and New York has thrived most of that time, certainly in recent times, with these protections still in place. I mean, thrived for a certain class of person, the class of person that Shmuley speaks for and is most comfortable with. You're muted.
No, sorry, go ahead.
So file this under threaten me with a good time. Rabbi Mark Schneer. With the news of Zoran Mamdani mayoral victory, I am announcing plans for the building of the first Jewish day school in the Hamptons. Are you sensing a trend here?
Yeah.
This is in anticipation of the thousands of Jewish families that will flock to the Hamptons and greater Suffolk County to escape the anti-Semitic climate of Mamdani's New York City. Well, those are some real people of the soil there who are fleeing to the fucking Hamptons. Wow. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like an oppressed class. That sounds like a class with no power. People who can pick up and flee to the Hamptons because they don't like who the mayor is.
I'll go open a day school in the Hamptons. How do you like that?
What an oppressed minority that is. That could just pick up and go to the Hamptons. You know, I live in Harlem, man. I bet a good portion of the people in Harlem would love to pick up and go to the Hamptons.
Right.
I don't think most of them are able to do that. If you're going to claim that you're in horrific danger, maybe don't start building a day school in the Hamptons that you expect thousands of people to flee to. Yeshai Fleischer. Dear New York City Jews, not even Mamdani can destroy a great city like New York in one night, but the process has begun. Indeed, it was a great run, and you were a blessing to NYC. But Jews will feel less and less comfortable in the Big Apple. So do yourself a favor. Buy real estate in the land of Israel. It's good for your kids. It's good for your money. And it's simply the next chapter in our people's story. Let Mamdani be a messenger of a good but hard decision. Goodbye, New York. Shalom, Jerusalem. Now, where would they go in Jerusalem, I wonder? We'll get to it. So somebody responded to this, Andrea Karshan. If I could afford to move to Israel, I would definitely do it at least part-time. But Israel is very expensive. And many of us also have family, businesses, and other connections in NYC that we just can't leave. But I have been looking at the Hamptons. Shouldn't say that part. And he responded, I know it, and I am sensitive to the issues you are raising, but many make every effort. There are still affordable and beautiful places here. You won't regret it. So what kind of beautiful, affordable places might he be thinking of? Well, if you want to move into an illegal settlement, I'm sure those are going cheap. You know, you don't want that smell of burning olive trees going through your apartment. You're going to have to move to Tel Aviv. So yeah, not coincidentally, I'm sure, on November 4th, they put up this ad. New Jewish neighborhood in Hebron. For the first time in 20 years, Jewish families can move into new homes in Hebron. Please join me in helping the families and strengthening Hebron and Israel. So he's telling people to come from New York and move into these illegal settlements, these settlements that are illegal under international law, where we've been seeing these horrible Hebron Hills Have Eyes videos of these masked inbred freaks attacking people and burning their olive trees, attacking old ladies. This is where he's telling Jews they should go. And this fits the analysis that a lot of people have. They love anti-Semitism. They want Jews to feel unsafe because that gets them to go there and build their greater Israel project. They need cannon fodder. They need to bring them over there to go on the front lines of land theft. Now, it's not everybody here. You probably heard this broke like the day of the election, and it was incorrectly claimed that the Hasids had endorsed Mamdani. Some of them did, and specifically, predictably, the Satmars, which we explained in a segment the other night, are in Williamsburg. Heartfelt congratulations and mazel tov to New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani. We are proud to endorse you and look forward to your leadership, vision, and collaboration for the betterment of our community and all New Yorkers. Now, this is what is kind of amazing about the Zionists. They still don't get it. They still don't get it. A lot of people, to bring you back to the first debate, believe that Mamdani won the election at this moment.
Foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, two of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't,
Okay.
he
Not
won't
as
say
a
it
Jewish
has a
state.
right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear
his
on
answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answer questions very directly.
All right.
My goal would be to take my first trip to Israel. My wife's life work in this area means a lot to our family, and it could coincide with my young son Miles' bar mitzvah. If you'd like to have his bar mitzvah.
Okay, but
it must not mean that much to your family. You're 88 and you haven't been there yet.
Yeah, and you haven't been there. So Adam here tweets out, Zoran Mamdani is now mayor of New York. Here you can see why. America is done with Israel. America is done with Zionists. Hey, you got some Zionists who are too stupid to figure out that part of the plan is ginning up anti-Semitism and terrorizing them into thinking it's a good idea to go live in Israel. And then you got the ones that are fully aware of that, I think, like the guy who's saying, yes, we have to leave now, and then putting out an ad for settlements in Hebron. They very consciously love anti-Semitism and are trying to seize on it and take advantage of it. But for anyone who's not coming from that school, if you are dumb enough to not realize it's not anti-Semitism, it's anti-Zionism, but the more you pump up Zionism, we have said this since October 8th, the more you're going to create anti-Semitism. The more you insist that Zionism and Judaism are the same thing, the more people are going to take you at your word. And yes, you are getting an incredible explosion in anti-Semitism. There's a certain faction like that Fleischer scumbag who love that and are using it as an opportunity to try to get more warm bodies into greater Israel.
Right. They want bodies there to put into the West Bank, basically. Right. So they're like, oh, it's terrible that this happens. Very scary over there. Don't you feel unsafe there? Come here. Right. Come and help us expand into the West Bank. Yeah, of course. That's what it is. And so, yeah, I mean, between the clowns at Cuomo headquarters and these people, yeah, I mean, you're seeing a meltdown of all the right people in response to this victory for sure. All right, let's move right on along here. Let's take a little game break from El Shabooms. So El Shabooms is a YouTube channel, and El Shabooms is a longtime sponsor of ours as well. They have a mind-bending novel and video series form. It's called The Grifter's Bible. Follow the First Electric Church of Jesus Christ as they combine the bleeding edge of Black patented neuroscience with the state-of-the-art in Michigas to beat the Great Recession. They sell visions of God to the huddled masses of Deep Ellum, Texas, and the money pours in until the local competition, the police, and the U.S. Navy decide to put a stop to it. There's ass whoopings, car chases, and a showdown at high noon on Good Friday in Dodge City. It's sci-fi noir. It's a picaresque thriller. It's a Western from 10 minutes in the future. It's The Grifter's Bible, a film series by El Shabooms with a soundtrack by Monumental Sonic Architecture. A new episode is posted every Monday at this link, youtube.com/@El Shaboom. So please do go over there and check it out. All right. We'll take some Rumble rants here. Stoop Sign says, can't wait for Steve-O to comically burn himself with white phosphorus during the roast of Netanyahu. Professor Brown note, Zio, sweet Alabama broke my satire fuse, just fixed it, and now this Patrick Bet David brilliant idea broke it again. For fuck's sake, that's right. Professor Brown notes, Chat GPT, give an example of magical thinking. Look, he wears flannel and beanie, so he must be a real guy from a construction site and not a jerk off in a game chair. That's right. David Laz, speaking of batshit ideas, last week I spoke to a guy that wrote a book that JFK purposely set himself up to be assassinated because he was dying from a rare disease. Interesting.
Oh, dear. well, that's quite a theory.
That's quite the theory. I never heard that one before. Zoran sounds like an Obama ripoff. We've heard all this BS before. The last line of the speech should have been, I hope I'm not full of shit like Obama was. DNC are masters at destroying hope. The Anticus Prime, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and so I don't comply. Kenman G, you guys are the Bet David thing is stupid, which you said the Bet David thing is stupid, which is correct, but I'm still laughing about how darkly dystopian and hilarious it is. Can't push satire any further. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Out of Touch by Hall & Oates should be on the soundboard when any of these batshit crazy rich fuck spews nonsense. Good suggestion, Raven Laz. Stoop Sign says, Cuomo was our Lord and Savior. He sued Mary Magdalene for gynecological records to see who gave the Apostle Paul leprosy at a cojones. That's right. Thank you, Stoop Sign. Good one. Many Men Wish Death Upon Me by 50 Cent is on Sleeve was mental soundboard 24/7. That is right. Virtuoso, David Rem is a comedian, Sam Kinison, had he not died in that car crash in 1992. I knew his comedy would lead him down that reactionary path. Good one. Kenman G says Mamdani should just change his name to Moldoni and pass for Irish. Yeah, there he can pass for Irish to call him Moldoni. That's right. All right. Let's take some super chats.
All right. Virtuoso. She is announcing that she'll retire in 2027 to let us know we have 2 more years to put up with her, but also she'll resign over a rich district in San Fran past a midterm election so voters can't replace her. Fuck Nancy Pelosi. I haven't looked at all of the details. I've been busy working on the show. So what is that?
Well, she's retiring. I don't know if she's
retiring, but what does he say? I don't understand.
He seems to think she's going to run for re-election and then retire into the next term.
Retire? Is
but
that what she's saying?
I don't know.
One more term?
I haven't looked at it. If she's going to run for election,
I haven't looked at it.
I assume you wouldn't be running for a re-election if you plan.
If you announce you're going to retire,
right?
Brad Gilbert, like lawfare, this was an act. Oligarchs win again. Which thing? There are so many acts. Shai Guevara became a YouTube member. Thank you. Man.
There you go. There you go. Catching up to Landrew now.
Grazie.
You still got a ways to go, but thank you. That's very kind of you.
Captain Ace Hawk. Anyone heard from Shmuley or that Spuda don't like actor guy? Well, we just showed Shmuley.
Yes.
Rappaport, I mean, he's pretty much been going after Blakely from what I've seen. He's got a real thing about her. Tunquin B.
Oh, thank you for the $50.
Thank you. Mamdani's hope references Gave me Obama PTSD of hope and change. Got disappointed. He'll follow the same path of no change. I mean, there's definitely good reason to think that. All right. Do we want to go on?
Sure. Yep. Just copying that over. All right. All righty, folks. We will move right on along here. First of all, we're at 2106 in the YouTube chat. There we go. All right, folks. So in response to the Mamdani victory, the ADL wasted no time cashing in and launching a new initiative to track and monitor Mamdani administration policies and appointments and to protect Jewish New Yorkers. So this is their press release. Today, the Anti-Defamation League announced the launch of a comprehensive initiative to track and monitor policies and personnel appointments of the incoming Mamdani administration and protect Jewish residents across the 5 boroughs during a period of unprecedented anti-Semitism in New York City. Quote, Mayor-elect Mamdani has promoted anti-Semitic narratives associated with individuals who have a history of anti-Semitism and demonstrated intense animosity towards the Jewish state that is counter to the views of the overwhelming majority of Jewish New Yorkers. Well, not that counter, according to the polls, since he did pretty well among Jewish voters. We are deeply concerned that those individuals and principles will influence his administration at a time when we are tracking a brazen surge of harassment, vandalism, and violence targeting Jewish residents and institutions in recent years, said Jonathan Greenblatt, the ADL CEO and national director. So this is part of their new post-Mamdani initiative. The New York City Anti-Semitism Tip Line. Building on decades of incident response in New York City and across the country, the ADL is establishing a dedicated New York City citywide anti-Semitism tip line, extended the organization's decades-long incident response work to meet this moment. All right, you get the idea. Know that. Free Palestine. New research capabilities. The ADL is investing in early warning research into policies, mayoral appointments, and funding decisions coming from City Hall that could impact Jewish community interests. When actions by the Mamdani administration could adversely affect the safety of the Jewish community, ADL will activate New Yorkers to respond. Wow. Mamdani Monitor. ADL will launch a public-facing tracker monitoring policies, appointments, and actions by the Mamdani administration that impact Jewish community safety and security. All right. So Jonathan Greenblatt apparently has an open invitation to Morning Joe. Some of the most unhinged shit that he's ever said has been on the set of the Morning Joe show. Yeah. He is a friend of theirs for sure. But maybe it's the fact that the election results were as overwhelming as they are. Maybe it's just a sign of the times and things starting to change a little bit. But even Joe Scarborough is not really buying this. He gets some very rare pushback from his friend Joe when he goes to pitch them this idea of the Mamdani Monitor.
Joe, the UJA and the Jewish community, Joe, the UJA and the ADL and the American Jewish Committee released a joint statement, and we are concerned because Jewish New Yorkers are alarmed. And what I can tell you is I look right at the camera. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back. We launched the Mamdani Monitor this morning. We are simply going to track, again, not what he says in a single speech, but
can they send someone to clean out my
oven? And at the
oven?
end of the day, my goodness, I hope he is incredibly successful at fighting anti-Semitism. I hope he undertakes steps to keep Jewish New Yorkers safe. Right. But it is my job to make sure that every Jewish New Yorker isn't living in fear.
That's what I want you to do. At the same time, you obviously you want to judge him by what he's saying now, right? And what he does moving forward, not a tweet in 2022 or 2023, right?
So we will judge him on the people he appoints, on the policies he implements, and on the programs that he launches. I want to know, what's he doing in the education system? Will it be fact-based or politicized for our kids? Right. I want to know, will Jewish houses of worship and JCCs continue to be protected because they're under threat? I want to know, is he going to change the purchasing policies because of his ideological commitment to BDS? potentially hurting the pocketbooks of New Yorkers.
Look, so I pushed him yesterday on BDS.
Yes.
He's espoused that policy for a long time. Will he bring it into the to the mayor's mansion? And he effectively said yes, a version of it. He makes a distinction, as many people do, between Jews in New York and the state of Israel. What he's saying is, I take my brothers and sisters, Jewish New Yorkers, separate from the policies of the state of Israel. BDS, he says, is meant to punish the state of Israel. How do you respond to that distinction?
Well, look, there's lots of room to criticize policies of the state of Israel. But what I worry about, what New Yorkers worry about, is when the guy gets assaulted for wearing a yarmulke and they hit him in the head and yell at him as a Zionist. Or when the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania is...
Time out. The question was about BDS. Notice how he immediately deflects from that. Immediately just changes the subject and says what he always says. Well, there's plenty of room to criticize Israel, just none that I will actually allow. Right? Well, yeah, just like what's his name when he's saying, just like Rabbi Shmuley in the previous segment. Well, there's nothing wrong with being a Muslim. It's just every Muslim I meet, I have some problem with. Right? There's nothing wrong with criticizing Israel.
Well,
every single time you do it, I'm going to call you an anti-Semite. It's not that you must be an anti-Semite if you criticize Israel. Just so happens every single time someone does it, I sick my dogs on them to cancel them for anti-Semitism.
Well, and they prefer it. We did that segment a while ago where Shmuley was in Amsterdam and some Muslim guy is just there. He's like, you don't like me? You have a problem with you?
Exactly.
There was no reason to even ask him something like that.
Exactly. So the question is about BDS. Watch.
Well, look, there's lots of room to criticize policies of the state of Israel.
Which is what BDS does. They criticize policies of the state of Israel. In fact, some of BDS, I don't know if this is a policy of the blanket, but there's some Israeli boycotters make a distinction between the settlements and the state of Israel. So some people will only boycott the settlements, some people will boycott the whole thing. But the point is, all of the boycotts are about protesting the policies of the state of Israel. So he says, okay, so you can do that, but
what New Yorkers worry about is when the guy gets assaulted for wearing a yarmulke and they hit him in the head and yell at him as a Zionist. Or when the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania is burned down by someone who claims Josh Shapiro has a policy on Palestine, which he doesn't. Or when 2 young Jewish people are shot and killed outside the Jewish Museum by someone who yells Free Palestine.
Okay, but that was not the question. Mamdani has spoken in support of BDS. He's never spoken in support of any violence or harassment. But you see what he's trying to do. He's trying to conflate the two things in people's mind. He gets a question about BDS and says, sure, you could criticize policy, but I want to know what you think about these violent attacks against Jews, which Mamdani has never supported. And Scarborough, broken clock, whatever you want to call it, he sniffs that out and he challenges him.
Which just shows you whenever he does this, he could do the job if he wanted to.
Right. Exactly.
When an elderly person is firebombed in Boulder, Colorado, like an 80-year-old woman, like someone angry about Gaza.
We're all shocked, and we all find this abhorrent, and I'm sure that the next mayor would say the same thing, wouldn't he?
You have to ask him.
Well, I think Yes said the same thing. I don't know. I think you have to. I think you look at the fact that he has gone to one high holiday service after another. He has talked to the Jewish community.
That's not exactly right. He went to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like going to the black breakout at CPAC and saying you understand African Americans. I mean, come on.
Wow, that's a pretty racist statement from the CEO of the ADL. So what are you saying? You're saying that an anti-Zionist synagogue does not expose you to real Jews. So what are you saying? The example that you used there, that's like going to a Black Caucus CPAC convention, or, that's like going to visit Black people at CPAC. So what are you saying? Black conservatives who go to CPAC aren't really Black? That's the implication you're making there. That's what you're saying. That seems like an awful bigoted statement for somebody who runs the anti-defamation. That seems pretty defamatory, in fact, for somebody who's the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League. Wow.
Well, I think he hired people from Joe Biden's comms team.
Right.
Exactly. One high holiday service after another. He has talked to the Jewish community.
That's not exactly right. He went to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like going to the black breakout at CPAC.
So anti-Zionist Jews aren't real Jews, and Black conservatives aren't real Black people. That's what he's saying.
You ain't Black.
Right. You ain't Black. Exactly.
And saying you understand African Americans. I mean, come on.
You're saying he hasn't talked to the Jewish community?
I don't know of a mainstream. Now, look, he has been to synagogues. He has Jewish people working for him for sure.
Right.
But if you look at the biggest institutions that represent Jewish New Yorkers, I have yet to see him engage with any of those. Now,
you have yet to see him embrace Zionism. That is what you have yet to see him do. Okay, so he goes to the high holidays at the synagogues. He has Jewish people on his team. He surrounds himself with Jewish people. But that's not evidence that he doesn't hate Jewish people. Why? Because he doesn't kiss the ring of the Zionist Jewish institutions. That's what he's saying there. Man, you'd think they'd have a better liar as CEO of the ADL. You'd think they'd have a smoother operator than this guy, because he really just lets it all slip in this interview, to the point where even Joe Scarborough challenges him on it.
Hope is the mayor-elect will do so in the days and weeks to come. But in the meantime,
but you're not suggesting that he supports the firebombing in Colorado.
I never said
you're not suggesting that he supports the firebombing.
I never said that.
But you know what? There is a lot. There's a lot of blurring and blending here, Jonathan. And you know I love you, and you're on all the time, and I'm always a fierce defender of yours, but you seem to be like blurring a lot of things together and then looking into that camera and say, call us. We're going to make sure that he doesn't support the.
I say to Jewish New Yorkers, call us if you feel.
That's exactly what he did. Good job, Joe. Look at that.
Yeah,
give Joe Scarborough a cookie. Give him a cookie. Take one out of the jar. It's on me. That's exactly what he did. The guy asked him about BDS, and he immediately pivots to violent attacks against Jews and made it sound like because he's for BDS, we don't know if he supports violent attacks against Jews. And by the way, if you have a problem, call us, looking into the camera in a very salesman-like way. That's exactly what he did. It's 100% what he did. Extremely sleazy tactic, and an obvious one, a transparent one. All right, let's go to the last part of this.
Feel unsafe. I say to Jewish New Yorkers, call us if you are harassed.
We should also note, polling last week, Quinnipiac poll said he had the support of about a third of Jewish New Yorkers, and that many had said that it was about policies of the state of Israel. That is why they resonate, because they were upset with what they saw in Gaza as well. So that was Joe sort of anticipated what I was going to say here, is that why not use this moment is just a chance to have an olive branch, to shake a hand, to have a conversation with him and his team.
Look, we criticized candidate Trump, and we have to work with the Trump administration. We've criticized candidate Mamdani, and we will have to work with him as the mayor. That's what we do at ADL. We don't play for the red team or the blue team. We're the umpire who calls balls and strikes.
No, you play for the blue and white team. That's what the team you play for. They're the umpires who call balls and strikes. Now I want you to listen to this. Gen X girl has posted this various times. This is a fairly infamous piece of audio by this point. But here's some evidence that ADL was behind the TikTok ban. Here he is talking about the need to do more Israel propaganda on TikTok. You listen to this and tell me if this is a guy who's just calling balls and strikes.
So, want to point out that we have a major generational problem. All the polling I've seen, ADL's polling, ICC's polling, independent polling, suggests this is not a left-right gap, folks. The issue in the United States of support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old.
Notice he talks about support for Israel, not support for Jewish people, support for Israel.
And the numbers of young people who think that Hamas's massacre was justified is shockingly and terrifyingly high. And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Taglit, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy toward this, like, fast.
Okay, so they're just calling balls and strikes. He's neutral. He's neutral. Do you buy that? Well, Mamdani didn't buy this. So Mamdani actually responded to the formation of this Mamdani monitor. Here he is.
I have not spoken to Jonathan Greenblatt. I take the issue of anti-Semitism incredibly seriously. And last night in my speech, I spoke about how my city hall will stand steadfast with Jewish New Yorkers in fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism across the city and making that clear in the actions that we deliver on from January 1st. And I look forward to working with Jewish leaders across this city, whether they be elected officials, whether they be rabbis, whether they be community leaders, to deliver on the promise of not just protecting Jewish New Yorkers, but celebrating and cherishing them in this same city. I think that anyone is free to catalog the actions of our administration. I have some doubts in Jonathan's ability to do so honestly, given that he previously said I had not visited any synagogues, only to have to correct himself.
You visited the wrong kind of synagogues.
Yeah.
Visited the wrong kinds of synagogues. So there you have it. The ADL's new initiative, too dishonest and too sleazy, even for Morning Joe. And, you know, MSNBC's politics are garbage in general, but Joe and Mika have this guy on all the time. Like, he clearly has an open invite there. I mean, we see him on that show all the time. They swallow all of his
CNN
bullshit,
won't have him on.
except that. Yeah. Yep. So there you have it.
I just blanked. It's like if Lex Luthor were fighting not against Superman but for genocide.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
This is who they hired. No, I mean, Joe, he did a very good job months ago when they had that propagandist from Israel on who tried to pass it on to Qatar. They wouldn't let him get away with it. That was after they killed the World Central
That was the World
Kitchen
Central
workers.
Kitchen,
So, I mean, that is when Joe, you see that with Mehdi Hassan too. You know, Mehdi Hassan can do the job when he wants to, right? Joe Scarborough can do the job when he wants to. He has some people in this space are legitimately stupid or very mediocre talents. Scarborough's not one of them, which almost makes it more disgraceful that he just serves establishment propaganda most of the time. Because he clearly knows how to be a reporter when he wants to be.
Right. Well, I mean, look, this is also a little bit of what winning looks like, right? It's like when you win a decisive victory in a city that Scarborough lives in, or at least spends a lot of time in. He may live in one of the wealthier suburbs. He probably has a place in.
He lives in D.C., doesn't he? Don't they live outside of D.C.?
Well, maybe now because now but they tape it in New York. So sometimes they do remote sets and stuff like that. But when it's a big round table like that, I think that's in New York City. I'm sure they have a set in DC too. But certainly spends a lot of time in New York City. When you win, a 50-point landslide and a mandate like that, you force the liberal network to not be so hostile to you because you know what? I mean, he ran as a Democrat. He won as a Democrat in the primary and in the general, and now they have to feel a little bit of pressure not to cross him too much because their viewers are more or less on board. Like you kind of pull these fucking douchebags along with you. That's what Trump did. That's what Trump did in the Republican Party. Fox News was very hostile to Trump until he became the nominee. Right. And now they are basically state TV, right? Like that's how you do it. Like you just have to drag them to you. And that's what Mamdani has done. To the point where I think a part of them was like, you know what? Are we just going to keep smearing this guy now that he's the mayor? What are we going to smear this guy every 3 days?
Are we going to spend the next 4 years doing that?
Right. Or are we going to have to shut some of this shit down? I think that is part of the calculation there, no doubt. All right. 007 Angelo says these people are nuts. They miss the days of putting your hand on the wet cement on the sidewalk only to feel another hand of the body buried in the sidewalk. Holy fuck, they're out of their minds. Thank you, 007 Angelo. Cuomo is kicking himself today for causing the very seniors who would have voted for him to not make it to 2025 due to the COVID-19. Karma's a bitch, ain't she? Yeah, that's true. A lot of his would-be voters he murdered. That's rule number one in politics.
They could have put him over the top.
Yeah, that's going to be the new political handbook. Rule number one in politics: don't kill your voters. that puts you at a disadvantage. Antigus Prime, I'm still waiting for you guys to email me the P.O. box. What is your email? Did you send us an email? I'll have to send it back to you. Thank you. E.O. Shush, even Jeffrey Epstein had to choose between dying in jail or Israel and chose dying in jail. That's right. John M. in Minnesota saw this headline in liberal Zio publication forward. Mamdani opposes Zionism but wants New York public schools to teach about it. Interesting. All right. Let's move right on along.
We don't
Oh yeah,
So,
you take some chats,
yeah.
whatever you got there. Do we have any new ones? Okay.
Yeah. Brad Gilbert, Zios selected Mamdani. They planted that question. Listen.
Yeah, it was a
We
big plan.
We love a good conspiracy as much as the next guy, but you're reaching there, Brad. You're reaching. It's a little much, man.
Yeah, I don't think they were faking.
I don't think so.
I don't think they spent like billions of dollars in advertising.
Literally
and
billions.
Yeah, as a head fake.
Eric Suarez. There's so many groups protecting Jews in America, you almost think they're being genocided by Israel. Yeah, no, all oppressed groups flee to the Hamptons. Didn't you know that?
Yeah.
Didn't you know that?
Exactly.
That was, Sojourner Truth. Isn't that where she brought everybody? The Hamptons?
Right.
She led them to the Hamptons. Andy Gardner, Greenblatt. We're tracking every time Mamdani moves around and avoids walking into a Zionist instigator playing chicken on the sidewalk. Yeah, it's going to be about the size of it. I mean, Mamdani's absolutely right. I mean, what are they? You ever deal with these Zionist yentas?
Right.
Every fucking time the soup is cold, they're going to call the fucking ADL.
Right.
Captain Ace Hawk became a new YouTube member. Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Appreciate that.
All
right. Let's go ahead.
All right. MTG.
Yep. We'll do MTG and then Megyn Kelly, and then that'll be that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty late on the Clooney thing. All right. So Marjorie Taylor Greene went on The View and got on with the ladies there famously, much to the surprise of some, not to others. So here's kind of an overview that she gave on people who say that her politics have changed.
Changed about me. I am staying absolutely 100% true to the people that voted for me and true to my district. And I am so angry when I drive around my district to all these beautiful little rural small towns. And there's manufacturing plants that are crumbling from decades of lost industry. Small businesses that got shuttered during COVID lockdowns and COVID shutdowns. And you want to know something else, Whippy? So many veterans that went over and had to fight in some war that really had nothing to do with where they were from or their hometown, and their lives and families' lives have been so affected. So for me, I am unapologetically America first, and I'll do anything I can to work hard to save this country.
Maybe you should become a Democrat, Marjorie.
No, I'm not a Democrat. You want to know something? I'll say this. I think both parties have failed.
Okay, so she's absolutely right that she didn't change per se. What she's articulating there is what a lot of people hoped MAGA would actually be, because what she is describing there, I feel bad for the veterans who went to fight these wars they want to be in, and these crumbling factories. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like an old school bleeding Kansas working class leftist of the old school. Because of some of the things we talked about with Caleb earlier, the Democrats do not produce politicians that can talk that language authentically. They just don't sound authentic because they don't come from those backgrounds. The Democrats do not attract or recruit people who can, in a folksy accent, talk about the veteran who went to fight a war they shouldn't have been fighting. This is like we showed that clip of Chris Christopherson and Johnny Cash and Waylon Jennings all sounding like, they just walked out of the Internationale. Like that is the older sound of a kind of workers' leftism. And, where is Marjorie Taylor's political journey going to take her? I don't know, man. If she's really sincere, she's up against some very powerful forces because, as I think any honest observer would say at this point, Trump faked it. He pretended to be that, and he was exactly dead opposite. Now, does Marjorie Taylor Greene, is she playing a game? I don't know. But if you take her at her word, that is where the people of America are. Right down to the fact that she threw in the COVID thing, which, you've got that point of view represented, so it's not coded lib. You make a party like that, that party would have blowouts like you haven't seen since Reagan. So, but nobody will do it because the parties are owned. The parties are owned. They will not allow people like Marjorie Taylor Greene to get a lot of momentum. She is very fucking dangerous. If she's serious, she's very, very dangerous to the people who actually are puppeteering MAGA to fulfill an oligarchic agenda. She went on to talk a little bit about some of the influencers that went after her. This is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. I've talked about this a lot.
I think there's a lot of paid social media influencers.
Yes.
And I found it very interesting that they were the MAGA accounts, but they're all paid, and they all attacked me when I announced I was coming to join you ladies on The View. And I think that's very weak and pathetic. But when I talk about weak Republican men, I'm pretty much talking oftentimes about the leadership in the House and the Senate, and they're not getting our agenda done. Practically, I yell.
Yeah, and one more time. All of these people took money, sight unseen, from a soda company. Nick Sorter released it for God knows what reason. To argue for soda for SNAP recipients. I cannot think of anything more anti-MAGA, anti-Republican, anti-conservative than to argue that people should use SNAP to buy soda. They didn't give a shit, man. As long as the check cleared, they all went out there and framed it as some kind of a liberty or freedom issue. It obviously didn't make any sense, but they all did it. That's just the tip of the iceberg. This is a rare case where, for whatever reason, one of the people in that space decided to expose that because he got a hold of the information. How many of them know fully about things that are much more egregious than this who don't release that information? That's what was so strange about it. Not that it happened, that one of them actually busted the other and called out the other. I don't know. They didn't give him a reach around at the orgy or something. I don't know. But Sorter burned these guys. But, if you're seeing that, that is the tip of the iceberg. When you see Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Gunther Eagleman all pushing exactly the same talking point, you notice it when corporate media does it. You think this is any different? Of course it's not any different. So I thought that was very cool that she made that point.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more thing. Even if there's no central hub which tells people, okay, say this, like even if that doesn't exist, it's still financially motivated, the fact that they're all on the same page, because the more everyone says the same thing, the more trending and viral that topic becomes, the more clicks they get, the more revenue they generate, right? So it's obviously done for the money either way.
Yeah, I mean, they're paid. They're paid. There's a reason that Matt Walsh remains the Shabbos-goy at Daily Wire, and he was one of the only people who was willing to push the Tyler Robinson and his trans thing narrative, even when a lot of people who normally will just parrot whatever they're supposed to say from the White House wouldn't go along with it. A lot of these people are paid. A lot of them are paid. Is there a central organization? I don't know, man.
I yelled at Mike Johnson.
I mean, probably in the same sense the corporate media has it. They get their orders from a press release from the State Department. So, maybe the Heritage Foundation puts out a press release. They are too coordinated for it not to come in some way from somewhere. I mean, very, very often with corporate media, it'll be the Boston Globe writes an article and everyone copies that take. It could very much be that. It could be, well, Daily Wire put out an article, now everyone's going to repeat it. But it's too synchronized for there not to be anything that they're taking cues off of. Because it's the same exact take. It's not just like, yeah, people shouldn't be on Snap. It's okay, that could just be responding to clearly what the White House wants you to say. It's that they'll tend to hit the same exact points in very similar words. And hey, we've said it with corporate media. I certainly am not going to not see it that way when it comes to this kind of media, which has been taken over largely by the same people, frankly. All right. So she went on to talk a little bit about the healthcare situation.
Practically, I yelled at Mike Johnson last week on our GOP conference call. By the way, I'm missing the call today. It's going on right now. And I hope that Mike Johnson is finally giving a single health care policy because the country deserves it, and it shouldn't be a secret. And I shouldn't have to go into a skiff to go find our Republican health insurance plan.
Maybe there is
Honestly,
no plan.
You know what? You want to know something? That, I believe, is the truth. There's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of bills, but there's no consensus.
Yeah.
And I think that's a failure. I do.
Well, I want.
All right. And finally, a little clip of when she was asked about QAnon by Mensa member Sonny Hostin, who claimed that climate change causes eclipses, asking her about QAnon.
Don't believe in the QAnon conspiracies anymore.
Oh, I went over that a long time ago. I mean,
So you've changed.
Well, no, I haven't changed. I was a victim, just like you were, of media lies and stuff you read on social media. You all have attacked me many times on this show.
We have.
Because of things that you read about me that weren't true.
Or clips we've seen.
Or clips you've seen
The
that
Jewish space
took me out of
lasers, what was
context.
that about?
No, but
Wait, hold
not
up,
even
hold-
true.
Let's
It's
take a
been-
second.
Yeah, it's
'cause
been
I'm
rebuffed.
getting the.
All right. So basically what she said is, well, yeah, man, I got tricked. You get tricked by corporate media, and really just disowned the whole thing, which I thought was a pretty honest, if pointed answer. Like, she certainly could have brought up Russiagate, for example.
Right.
It would have been very interesting to see how the View ladies reacted. They were so into the Kumbaya thing. Would they have been willing to concede that they got tricked about Russiagate? But that's not where she went with it. Now, resident mean girl in Congress, AOC, decided to spill the tea. She doesn't directly address this appearance, but it seems like she was turning green with envy about it. So she had to do this very mean girl video about why Marjorie Taylor Greene is singing a different song now.
Tea for you. MTG, people are like, oh my God, she's saying all of these things. Like, what's gotten into her lately? Oh, like she's bucking against Trump. She's bucking against the administration. Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to run for Senate in Georgia. She wanted to run for Senate earlier this year in the state of Georgia. She wanted to be the Republican nominee for Senate. So she was gearing up for that statewide race, and Trump told her no. Trump said no. And the White House and Trump land shut down Marjorie Taylor Greene's personal ambitions to run for Senate. And she has been on a revenge tour ever since.
So, you know what happened? Marjorie, she wanted to run for Senate, and Trump was like, no, you can't.
Yeah.
So now she's like, okay, well, then I'm going on The View, and I'm gonna talk about the big, beautiful bill, and I'm gonna talk about how bad you're being to farmers, okay? What a fucking asshole. So this feud goes back quite a ways, but most recently, and this is what this is really about. AOC sucks so bad, Marjorie Taylor Greene keeps out-lefting her. She keeps out-lefting her. In fact, that whole appearance, she out-lefted AOC in what she was saying. AOC voted against an amendment, this was back in July, proposed by Marjorie Taylor Greene that would have cut $500 million in military aid to Israel. Remember this? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Summer Lee, and Al Green were the only representatives in Congress to vote in favor, but not AOC. And she smeared the people who voted for it as Nazis, which I guess would assume would include her colleagues Omar, Tlaib, and Summer Lee. Google is free. If you're saying I voted for military funding, you are lying. Receipts attached. Drag me from my positions all you want, but lying about them doesn't make you part of the left. If you believe neo-Nazis are welcome and operating in good faith, you can have them. And then she went on to defend her vote by saying she was not actually voting for weapons for Israel, but for weapons for the Iron Dome, defensive only. What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capabilities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end, blah, blah, blah. Caitlin Johnston responded with one of her bangers. I didn't give the mass shooter guns and ammunition. I just bought him a bulletproof vest so nobody could stop his mass shooting. Yeah, that was pretty much it. She said, well, I want them to have the defensive weapons to continue their genocide. So friend of show here, Jimmy Dore, a couple weeks ago, showed a clip where Marjorie Taylor Greene talked with Tim Dillon, very critical of her own party in a way that AOC would never be.
Crazy shit she said.
Here she is doing what Bernie Sanders and AOC will never do while their party is in power, criticize their party for not having a plan for people's health care. No plan. She says, where's the Republican plan to make health care affordable? Where's the Republican plan to make housing affordable, to stop BlackRock from buying up, and by the way, and Chinese billionaires too, from buying up property in the United States to make it unaffordable, and they sit empty, by the way. So the billionaires buy the housing and they sit empty, and all it does is drive up the price of housing in the United States. And there's no plan to help make housing affordable for Americans. None. Where's the plan? Where's the plan to make healthcare affordable? It's nowhere. In fact, they're doing the exact opposite. Right now, the government, Trump's administration, is cutting Medicaid and Medicare and subsidies to help people afford health insurance. They're cutting it all, and guess who that affects? It affects MAGA. And those people are going to feel it. And Marjorie Taylor Greene knows that.
Yep, she knows that, and she is one of the few speaking out about it. And Jimmy there is exactly right. Exactly right. When Biden was in, did you hear a peep out of these people about healthcare? Did you see Bernie holding Biden to account on healthcare? Did you see AOC holding him to account? This, though, is really, really such a juvenile high school mean girl thing to do. You know what? She wanted to run for the Senate of Georgia. Well, whatever the case may be, what's really putting a bug up your ass is this woman that you clearly despise, partly because, let's be real, you don't like her cultural signaling because you're a fucking snob. As much as you want to present yourself as this bartender from the Bronx, she does not fit your elitist view of the world, and she's not the kind of person you're comfortable with. I've never seen you with anyone from the left who signals that way either. That's not who you choose to associate with. She was an intern for Ted Kennedy? A lot of people who believe she's a CIA plant point out, she doesn't really have this humble background that she claims to have. She doesn't like people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. What she really doesn't like about Marjorie Taylor Greene, she keeps getting out-lefted by Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you look at the things that she proposes and the things that she votes for and against, you could argue that in a lot of ways, Marjorie Taylor Greene has literally gotten to AOC's left. Now, at the same time, I don't want to overstate it. We pointed this out at the time. Marjorie Taylor Greene says a lot of shit, but I didn't see her say shit about the big, beautiful bill that caused a lot of what she's speaking out against now.
Well, she said shit, but then she voted for it anyway. She was one of the ones who acted like she wasn't going to vote for it, and then she caved.
And then she voted for it. That happened also with a vote on Ukraine funding, as I recall. That she was speaking about that, but then she voted for the funding anyway. But hey, you got to leave some room for political evolution. I will tell you, as somebody who really has left priorities, who wants to see the American people get better from their government than what they have, I would take Marjorie Taylor Greene over AOC as a spokesperson any day. Any day. Marjorie Taylor Greene is somebody who could win over a pretty broad swath of the American public if she took on those kinds of causes in a way that AOC never will.
Well, when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, I think clearly first of all, when it comes to AOC, to basically impugn Marjorie Taylor Greene's integrity by saying, well, this is all just sour grapes. You went on stage at the convention and told the Democratic voters that Kamala Harris was working tirelessly for a ceasefire. So, I mean, that just really is, you are not, you have no standing to impugn someone else's integrity in that way after you said something like that, because what you did on that stage was pure political maneuvering, right? You don't want to cross the boss because you want to remain in good standing within the party to, keep your options open for the future. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is playing that game to an extent as well, not to the extent AOC does, but to a certain extent. Notice she will stop at criticizing Republican leadership in the Senate and the House. She will not go directly after the big man.
Well, she said
right?
Johnson there. She said Johnson there. When she was talking about the health care.
Right. She'll go after leadership and that. And by the big man, we all know who the big man is.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yes. Daddy. She won't go after Daddy because that would ruin a lot of her prospects. So they all play games. Like, politics is a game in that way. Like, they all do that to a certain extent. They wouldn't have careers if they didn't. But, for AOC to suggest that this is purely motivated by that kind of gamesmanship, I think is kind of funny, given that AOC told the most transparent and I would argue very consequential lie of that campaign season when she said that Kamala was working tirelessly for a ceasefire, when we know now Biden never even asked Netanyahu for a ceasefire. Never even asked it. Those documents came out earlier this year, right? Very early into this year. In terms of what Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing, there's an element of gamesmanship to everything every politician does. And I think what she's doing is she is very wisely seeing a year into the future when the Republicans take a bath in the midterms, when this incarnation of MAGA, whatever that is, has been completely delegitimized. She figures, hey, if I speak up now and I speak up all year, I could be the sort of not quite this brand of MAGA, but not quite Thomas Massey's sort of anti-MAGA. I don't even know what MAGA means at this point. Like I said,
I mean, it
movement
means
of man love at this moment.
It means you want to fuck Donald Trump.
It means you want to fuck Donald Trump. That's really what it means.
I don't know what else it means at this point.
So is Thomas Massey MAGA or not? Who knows? Who cares? The point is MAGA is going after Thomas Massey. So by this time next year, if Massey has not been primaried, he will represent the sort of anti-MAGA wing of the non-neocon Republican Party. Like, the Republican Party is going to be split into a lot of different factions. You're going to have the old guard. You're going to have the Epstein lovers, which is what MAGA is basically. You're going to have Massey's sort of libertarian thing. And then I think what Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing here is carving out a sort of fourth space. Okay, I am going to keep the parts of MAGA that were electorally successful, such as, tight border control, anti-deep state in terms of like being Epstein critical, anti-foreign wars. But I'm going to have to sort of set myself up as someone who really stuck to her guns where everybody else sold out. That's what I think she's trying to do. So she's trying to be like the part of MAGA that survives the filtering out of all of the stuff that becomes unviable. I think that's her lane. And I think that's a good lane. Like, politically, that's a very smart way to orient yourself moving forward. I think that's clearly what she's doing.
You know where she is right now? And this is the reality. And again, her voting does not live up to it rhetorically. That's the center. What they tell you the center is not the center.
Right.
They want you to think we live in a country of people who are actually economically conservative and don't want any help and are all libertarian. It's total bullshit. But they are socially conservative. They've got it exactly opposite. So that's why I'm saying throwing in what she did about COVID, that's the sweet spot, man. If you're going to argue that, but our veterans shouldn't be fighting rich men's wars, man, that's like 70s country music, man. That's the center.
Yeah, no, that is. That certainly is. And that is where she's trying to orient herself. Now, you could always point to any politician and say, but what about when they did that thing, and doesn't that make them a hypocrite? Yes, every politician, you could point to that with everybody, right? She voted for the big, beautiful bill. Why? Because she can't tank Trump's bill. If she tanks Trump's bill, then too much of the party turns on her too quickly. Or now she's persona non grata. Now they're not listening to anything else that she has to say, right? So everybody makes those compromises. It's not like if we're going to start, doing that, whether it's to Marjorie Taylor Greene or Zoran Mamdani or even AOC for that matter, you're going to end up just writing everybody off as completely useless, right? So the fact is, like, for AOC to come out and say, well, she's only doing this because of that. Yeah, everybody's jockeying for position. That's just a given, right? What she's doing is very smart. It's very smart. And yeah, is she going to be able to live down that vote for the big, beautiful bill? It's going to be tough, but you know what? She has the benefit of being able to say, hey, every single other one did it except for Thomas Massie, right? So, it's going to be hard to inflict too much damage upon her for that vote, since the Republican Party basically just coalesced behind that bill anyway, right?
I will say, like friend of show David Rem might, AOC has no fucking class.
She got no class.
She got no class.
She got no fucking class. Show a little class. All right. All right, folks. So we will take a quick game break here to shout out our supporters. If you like what we're doing here, links are on the screen right now. DoDissidents.com/Patreon, Substack, and Locals. You get bonus content, including Film Club live streams and post-game live streams. You get Q&A call-in access every Sunday night after the main show over on Rumble, and ad-free replays of every live stream sent to you the day after it airs in public. So if you miss a show and you want to watch it back without the ad interruptions, you get that sent over to you the day after each show. All for just $5 a month. You get your name up in lights here on the patron scroll. You'll get your name in the end credits of our upcoming Uhuru documentary. And, of course, the goodwill of supporting independent media and keeping our little project here afloat. Couldn't do the show without you guys. You are the backbone of the program. So thank you all very much for your support. Kenman says, if you are Jewish and in danger, don't dial 911, hit JOO instead. There you go. They should have a tip. That's the tip line. It should be the crisis hotline, right? Good one. Noah Goop says, Mr. Zorano Moldoni, will you condemn the IRA? Yes or no question. Yes, good one. Eric Rousseau says, ADL, it's like going to an orgy and everyone is a eunuch. Good one. That ADL guy looks like a big schmooly dong. Dickhead needs a lot of lube. Thank you. R. Dean W. says, I like what MTG has to say lately, but I can't help but remember that she had her constituents arrested for speaking up at her town hall. Yeah, well, that's back when she had to answer for all of this shit. That was very early on. That's back when Doge was running roughshod through the government. And yeah, they were mad at her. And I have a feeling that period kind of, in the moment she towed the line. But I think that period, the first 6 months of this year, where she saw how angry people were, I think if she's a savvy politician, she asked herself, okay, I could see where this is going. Do I want to go down with this ship, or do I kind of want to position myself such that I might have a career after this? Because like we haven't gotten into, since we had a bunch of other stuff to get into today, but those three marquee races, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City, those are just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the bath that the Republicans took. The Republicans lost the utility commissioner race in Georgia, which is a statewide race. That's the significance of that, by like 20 points. I don't think a Democrat has won a statewide race in Georgia by more than 10 in like 20 years. Like, it's been forever since the Democrats. There was one district in Georgia, a rural district in Georgia, that went from Republican plus 47 to Democrat plus 3. 51 point swing. The Democrats swept the Pennsylvania Supreme Court races. Again, 20-point landslide. So if you're a Republican and you're a star, because Marjorie Taylor Greene is a star, and you're looking at this and you're thinking, you know what? I'd like to be a star for the rest of my life. I don't want this to end in a year and a half. Then, of course, you're going to try and distance yourself from this. And I think that's a lot of what's going on, and who can blame her? And she is doing the right thing insofar as she can, So, yeah, absolutely. All right. Can we do some super chats?
We can. Warm Red. Hey, guys, the cool blue analyst was pretty accurate, but next time, please have me warm red on instead. I am the exact opposite of cool blue. I predict Cuomo will win after the last mail-in ballots are counted. Well, that in the interest of balance, we'll think about that.
Yeah.
Kuznetsky Bassane. Hey, Russell, great Valley Girl voice. Well, that's actually my natural speaking voice.
Yeah,
I
he
had
just
to go
does
for a
this
lot
for
of
the show.
training to speak this way for radio.
Right.
Todd for Florida. If AOC was even remotely serious, she would be embracing a new ideological ally in MTG, another resistance failure. Exactly. That's what was so disgusting about a video like that. Okay, well, so why would you not want to talk to her like, hey, if you really want to accomplish these things, how great would it be to come out jointly with Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC sponsoring Medicare for All? How much more effective would that be than doing it with Summerlee?
Or
right?
even, or you could even if you're not as ambitious as that, I mean, don't forget, the Democrats have a pretty large minority in the House. They're the minority party, but it's pretty close. Like, the Republicans don't have a huge majority. That's why when the shutdown is over, that new congresswoman who gets seated, she's the 218th vote for the Epstein files. So they have, like, what do they have? Like 5 or 6 Republicans who are voting with the Democrats to release the Epstein files. Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of them.
Right.
So if you're AOC, you ask, hey, what else are you willing to vote with us on?
Right.
Because if there's a tiny caucus of Republicans who are willing to go and buck Donald Trump on Epstein, then there may be 5 or 6 Republicans who are willing to buck Donald Trump on other things. So, yeah, if you're really interested in, like, power and policy, you say, hey, what else can we do, like, together? But no, pushes her away. All right. All right. We will do one more, then we'll take our remaining chats, and then that will be a wrap on this week. Actually, you know what? Can you take those last 2 super chats? Because I just saw, I found more Rumble rants, so I got to copy these over.
Okay. Kuznetsky Bassane. Keaton, you're so right. MAGA is going through its own perestroika.
That's right. MAGA Stroika.
MAGA Stroika.
Maybe that's what we'll call this episode. MAGA
Copyright.
Stroika. Yeah. MAGA Stroika.
Trademark.
Yeah.
Captain Ace Hawk. It's Ma'am Dami.
There you go. All righty. Okay. Okay. All righty. All right, folks. One more segment on the day. This is another reaction to Zoran Mamdani's victory. So we're going to show now the first 45 seconds of his speech, which apparently Megyn Kelly watched because she really took issue with this. So let's take a look at this. This is the very beginning of his speech, in which he shouts out the callous-handed workers.
You, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it.
Okay, so that was the part of the speech that Megyn Kelly watched, I guess, and she did not like it. So here is Megyn Kelly's crash out. She goes nuclear on Cretan Zoran Mamdani. Let's take a look at this.
Right? The anger that he spewed. I mean, he dropped the mask. This guy last night, the anger that he spewed. I mean, he dropped the mask immediately. Mamdani did. Immediately. He got up there and was all but rubbing.
Is it, you mean like the entire fucking movement that you shill for that immediately after the election started running around in blackface and calling for people to be deported based on their race or political beliefs? Like that?
Yeah,
like that
I haven't
mask getting dropped?
Yeah, no, they didn't drop the mask. I haven't heard her say much about that in these last couple weeks. I don't know, was she off? I don't know. Was she did she get a hot lead on the whereabouts of the Von Trapp family? So she took a couple weeks off and didn't pay. Did she miss that? She missed that? Was she off in the mountains somewhere? I don't know where she was.
She was yodeling.
That. Yeah, she's out yodeling somewhere. Exactly. All right, let's take
his hands together, looking at his new power and what he's going to do to the city of New York. God bless them. I wish them all the luck. And I'm worried on a personal basis because we go to New York, of course. If you live anywhere near New York City, you go. You go for shows. You go for occasional dinners. You know, your kids go. I shudder to think of what he's going to do to it.
Again, just like Shmuley at Lincoln Center, I shudder to think of what he's got. I go to shows there. I go to expensive dinners there, right? I live in the suburbs. I go in and I enjoy the playground for rich people when I can. But now, so in the next breath now, she starts talking about what a hypocrite he is for talking about the working people with the bruised hands.
We didn't even talk. We spent so much time on the socialism and his radical Islamist ties. We didn't even really spend a lot of time on the fact that he's budgeting, he said, $65 million to trans anyone who wants it from in-state or out-of-state, minor or adult, on the taxpayer dime.
I'm such a greedy, racist pig that I forgot to go after him on my main grift. I have such blood coming out of my eyes, blood coming out of my wherever, that I was so overwhelmed with hatred at the fact that he's a Muslim who wants to raise taxes by 2%. That I forgot to grift off of his trans policy. God damn it. Damn it. Thousands of dollars on the table because of that. But that's the truth. That's the truth. She's right. They all missed that. They all missed that. It was hidden in plain sight, and then nobody
We didn't.
touched it. Yeah, exactly.
We didn't because we're not Islamophobic maniacs.
Right. Exactly.
We did a whole segment on that.
That's right. That's right. We outrighted her.
We outrighted Megyn
We
Kelly.
outflanked you to your right.
Basically wants New York to be a sanctuary for trans children. Last night in his speech, he thanked every foreign nation known to man. Like the Senegalese, whatever, hot dog salesman, the Nepalese cab driver.
The kind
That's
of
who he
people I
sees as his
don't know.
constituency.
Right.
Meanwhile, he's up there talking about how this is for the guys who've got the scars on their knuckles and the calluses on their hands. They voted against you, you cretin. They all voted against you. The working class can't stand you. They're not buying your bullshit because the working class never buys bullshit. They can't afford to.
Unfortunately, too many of them buy your bullshit because that's a lie. What you just said there was a lie. These people, they just lie. This is where independent media can be worse than because with corporate media, there's the expectation that like while the guy is on the screen telling you something, there's B-roll showing you evidence for what they're saying. Like there's an expectation of that. Here she could just sit in front of this like, I don't know, metal rose petal background that she has and just not show anything to back up what she's saying. These are from the vote total. So this is not a poll. This is not an exit poll. These are based on the voting. Election districts with mostly households below the median income, Zoran Mamdani, 51 to Cuomo's 42. Among households above the median income, in districts with households above the median income, Mamdani 50, Cuomo 41. Amongst districts with more public transit riders, Mamdani 58, Cuomo 36. Look at the two areas where Cuomo won. more drivers. That's like outer borough Queens, where you can keep a car, pretty much Long Island, but technically New York City. And amongst homeowners, look at that. Homeowners voted for Cuomo. Renters voted for Mamdani. Below median income voted for Mamdani. Above Mamdani won among everybody. The idea that there was this one specific niche cohort of like latte sipping hipsters that propelled him to victory is transparently bullshit. He got 1.1 million votes in a city of 8.5 million people in the largest turnout mayoral election in decades. So the idea that like the working class didn't vote for him, it's just a lie. It's just an absolute 100% lie. But she says it anyway. She says it anyway. Why? Because they want to convince you that the actual working people are for them, are for Megyn Kelly. She represents the working person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They actually...
the skinny, rich, white, lawyer, blonde, fake blonde bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Who goes into New York City for dinner and theater, who goes to Broadway and, expensive dinners.
It's funny how they all tell on themselves like that.
Right.
Like, why on earth, if you had even an inkling of communicating to working people, would you shoot a video in the lobby of the New York Opera House?
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
This is all going to be gone.
Yeah. And the other crazy thing was even before she gets into that.
The Nepalese cab driver.
The cab driver and the who?
Whatever. Hot dog salesman. The Nepalese cab driver. That's who he sees as his constituency.
Well, aren't those workers? You just said that the working class didn't vote for him. But before you said, well, the Senegalese cab driver and the Nepalese hot dog vendor, that's his constituency, but not workers. What you're exposing is that what you mean by workers is white workers. You mean Archie Bunkers. That's what a worker is to you. Because I got news for you. If you knew the first thing about what it is to be a hot dog vendor or a food vendor in New York City, those guys have pretty bruised hands, pretty calloused hands.
Yeah.
They stand outside.
They're out there 12, 16 hours.
In very cold temperatures, 12, 16 hours. I used to work as a tour guide. I had a gig upstate that for one summer that I had to leave very early. I had to drive from Brooklyn upstate to do the tour back into the city. So I would drive on the BQE heading out of Brooklyn through Queens up through the Bronx at like 5 a.m. You know what you see a lot when you're on the BQE at 5 o'clock in the morning? You see these hot dog vendors schlepping their carts in, hitched to the back of their truck, right? Yep. It's a hard life. You're out there 12 hours a day, plus the transportation time, getting all the shit back and forth. Mm-hmm. They got pretty bruised hands. So those are workers, right? But if they're Nepalese or Senegalese, they're not real workers, right? Yeah. The real workers, the white workers, didn't vote for Mamdani. There's no real evidence for that either, by the way, because I just showed you he won pretty convincingly among households with below median income.
Meanwhile, he's up there talking about how this is for the guys who got the scars on their knuckles and the calluses on their hands. They voted against you, you cretin. They all voted against you. The working class can't stand you. They're not buying your bullshit because the working class never buys bullshit. They can't afford to. They actually have to struggle to put food on their tables and worry about their kids in school and going to a school that's safe and one that doesn't have 45 different languages coming from the teachers because of the mandatory immigration laws we have now.
So there you have it. So that explains why you were so hostile to the Senegalese cab driver.
Working class people are racist like us.
Yeah.
Right, We've been manipulating them with white grievance for centuries.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, real working class people don't like it when there's too many languages spoken at their kids' school, right? And
listen, as a native New Yorker, that's New York. That's not new.
That's not it's always been that way.
I always say in my travels, it's must be a very different experience being from New York because pretty much anywhere you go, you've dealt with people from that place, right? It's not, no place is as foreign to you as it might be for somebody not from that background. From fucking kindergarten, man. You got kids from Africa in your class. You got kids from Korea. You got kids from Russia. You got kids from Japan. Like that's not new. That is New York by definition.
Yep.
They They cannot worry about bullshit. That's the working class did not vote for you.
Yes, they did. Everybody voted for him. Yeah, rich people voted for him too, on a whole. There's only one cohort, actually, that didn't vote for him, and that's ultra-rich, ultra-Zionists. That was the one cohort. That was one slice of the voting base in New York that did not vote for him. Other than that, he won everywhere except Staten Island, which we put an asterisk next to that entire borough, and it's very low population. But outside of there, everybody voted for him.
They know you're a liar. And as I've been saying, a wolf in sheep's clothing. So don't to spare me your speech about how there are people with the calluses on their hands. You're from some rich Ugandan family. You're not even a born American.
Well, he was talking about people with calluses on their hand from gripping the wheel of a cab. And you just said that the Senegalese cab drivers were his constituency. So seems like you have sympathy for one group of people whose hands are calloused from gripping a steering wheel, but no sympathy for the other group who votes for Mamdani because they're from Senegal. See how this is just like, I mean, very, very thinly veiled, just abject.
Yeah, but then they'll
racism.
then they'll tell you if you call them a racist that you're woke.
Yeah, I'm woke, or I'm being divisive. You're being divisive. You're literally being divisive. This monologue here, you go out of your way at several different moments to distinguish between the white workers and the immigrant workers.
Yep.
You came over here. You have dual citizenship. Your mother said there's nothing American about you, proudly. Your dad thinks we need to be sure to make sure that we don't unfairly castigate suicide bombers. That's who you are. The working class knows you're a phony.
Well, they, like just about every other group, when you crunch the numbers, voted for him pretty overwhelmingly. Pretty overwhelmingly. Once again, there are the actual voting numbers. That's not a poll. That's not an exit poll. Those are actual election results. Which cohort voted for Andrew Cuomo? Homeowners. How rich you got to be to own a home in New York City? Unless you're 100 years old and you inherited.
Well, see, that's the thing too. Like, it's not coincidentally he won with
the elderly
people
who got there
with the elderly. Yeah,
right. But if you were to actually look at the voting data, not the emotional rantings of a hysterical piece of lying racist shit like Megyn Kelly, you see everything she's telling you is garbage. It's garbage. Households below median income, 5142. Did he clean up? Depends on what you mean by clean up, right? But he won a substantial victory. The idea that you could say the working class thinks you're full of shit, that's obviously not true. That's just demonstrably false. If there's anything that the actual data represents, it's that elderly homeowners voted for Andrew Cuomo, which we must assume is the wealthiest cohort of New Yorkers. So what a load of garbage. That was, of all of the cope that we've seen, like Shapiro was really more boring than anything else. That was the one that I saw that and I'm like, wow, because it's so incoherent. It's so inconsistent. She will act like she's championing the worker while at the same time dismissing the Senegalese cab driver. Oh yeah, they're your base. The hot dog salesman's your base, but the working class sees through you. Well, the hot dog salesmen are the working class.
Right.
Which is
well, I think Megyn, people who are not dedicated Fox viewers, I think first really heard of Megyn Kelly when she blew a gasket about Black Santa Claus.
That's right.
This is really how she made her name, having a meltdown on Fox about Black Santa Claus and Black Jesus.
Right.
Jesus was white. She was the Jesus was white girl. So this is consistent with the course her career has taken. I just wish these people would be honest. Like, Nick Fuentes, man, he's honest. He's a white nationalist.
Oh, yeah.
He's a straight out white nationalist. At least you can have an honest conversation with that guy. He's not coding it. He's a fucking white nationalist.
No, his
Megyn
cards are on the table.
She's a white nationalist, but she doesn't want to admit it. She comes out of corporate media where you just can't straight out say you're a white nationalist. You just have to scream about Black Santa and let people fill in the blanks. So, I mean, she's still playing that game. Somebody should tell her, hey, you're independent now. You could just start playing Deutschland as your theme. Like no one's gonna stop you. Clearly, you don't have any fact checkers to check up on what you're talking about. But also, Megyn in her fucking batshit crazy stupid way is expressing a fear of her whole grifting version of the Republican Party. This is what Thomas Frank wrote about in What's the Matter with Kansas, how these rich oligarchs manipulated blue-collar, legitimate post-NAFTA blue-collar grievance, played on culture war, offered them nothing economically, and got a lot of these working people to go become Republicans. They have to maintain this fiction that they are a party of workers, even though they never intended to do anything for workers. We long speculated, well, the Republican Party got the Democrats' old working class base, at least the white portion of it. They're going to have to start doing things for workers. Nope, they didn't. So now the illusion is shattering, and people like Megyn are seeing their grift go up in smoke. They have to maintain this fiction that they represent workers and that workers are for them. Why would they be for you? Who do you represent? You represent Peter Thiel. You represent a bunch of like a particularly creepy generation of oligarchs and robber barons.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take some Rumble rants and super chats, and then that is our show, everybody. Thanks very much for being here. Hope you had a fun week with us. We had a busy and fun week with all of you. A.O. Zelig, she becomes Valley Girl, rapper, preacher, Latina, waitress, Pelosi. Anyone to blend in. Good one. Sent you another email. It's titled with a famous line from Clerks. Okay, thank you, Vientos Prime. Appreciate that. All right. Nocturnal Human, there's a great social realism song. Oh, that one keeps. Are you just sharing that so that the chat will see it? Or, yeah, there's a great social realism song by Chronix called Legend. Thank you, Nocturnal Human. E.O. Shush. I want to shout out Massey for having the courage to vote against the big beautiful bill because it didn't starve enough kids. Yeah, that is true. There is that.
Fair.
Yeah, that is definitely fair. Although in Massey's case, like I do believe Massey is a true believer that limited government is good for
prosperity. It's not like he wants to give the tax cuts to the corporation.
Right. Like I think he is wrong about that. But I do think like he doesn't see it as starving kids. He sees it as unleashing the market that'll lift all boats. And what I really like about Massey is that I can tell him I think he's wrong about that without him wanting to throw me in prison for it. Like he is actually, that's what I like about the libertarians. Like, I think they're wrong, but what I respect about them is that they don't want to throw me in jail for telling them they're wrong, which is unusual.
There's that.
Because, Democrats have their inclinations to, persecute opponents for wrong speech, and so do the Republicans now. Thanks for the very long show today. When is Jose coming back on the show? When is Jose coming back on the show? Yeah, sometime soon. We'll have him on. He's a rotating guest.
No one's supposed to know about that.
That's right. Chase the Mind Sculptor. Hey, guys, I make the prediction that a Mamdani win will have the Obama effect and where the left will go back to sleep on a city or state level. Do you think that's an accurate assessment? Well, one thing that just broke while we're on the air is that he apparently, and I bookmarked this, he is apparently starting a 501c4 called Our Time for the purpose of mobilizing supporters to pass his agenda. That's news.
That right there is very different from Obama, who very consciously demobilized,
disbanded the movement. Yeah. So the fact that he's actually forming an organization that's meant to keep the organizers together, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. So we'll have more on that as the days and weeks progress. All right, let's take some super chats.
All right, Virtuoso. Why are we stuck with a shitty duopoly? Why can't we have a good duopoly?
Yeah.
AOC, MTG. I don't know if I would put AOC as one half of the good duopoly, personally. Andy Gardner, a dystopian future. The year 2050, Mecha Hitler gives its history lesson to the class of Megyn Kelly's Aryan children about the Mamdani incident. Sadly, that might not be far from the truth. The One. I'm a progressive from New York, and I'm not calling Mamdani a savior, But it's wild that people on the left, like Jimmy, call him corrupt before he's even in office, give the man a chance to prove them wrong. I mean, hey, you got to remember part of why people on the left, look, you're always, who do you care more about, your family or the neighbor's family, right? So that's definitely a big part of that. And if you're a veteran of, Jimmy, like myself, I think probably like you, are two-time Obama voters. And then the Bernie thing was the cherry on the whipped cream, man. A lot of people carry a lot of anger. You don't carry that same anger about a party and a politics that you were never a part of.
Right. Your guard is going to be heightened, obviously, right? Around people who you think are your allies versus people who, are not oriented in that way. It's ironic. Like a lot of the people who are very eager and very persistent in reminding us of all of these shortcomings of Mamdani. It almost feels like they have maybe subconsciously more hope for him than I do. Like it seems like you guys are more disappointed in him because maybe you see potential that, like, I don't. To me, my assessment of Mamdani is not relevant to what we saw these last few weeks. What we saw these last few weeks was an irrational hate campaign of warmongering propaganda. That's why I made the comparison to Russiagate, because Russiagate was that too. It was warmongering propaganda. So I'm going to speak out against warmongering propaganda, no matter who it's directed at and no matter what I think about them. It was the most annoying thing in the world when everybody would say, when you're debunking Russiagate, they say, well, that means you love Trump. No, doesn't mean I love Trump. Yeah. It means I hate being lied to in this way, when the aim of that is to manufacture consent for hostility between the United States and Russia. Same thing here. What do you think they're out there on the grounds of the World Trade Center calling the guy a terrorist? What is that? That's warmongering. Right. First of all, it's just vicious, mean-spirited racism, which we should be against. But besides that, the geopolitical objective behind that is greater Israel. It's not just the Palestinians, it's greater Israel. And so if they're going to pick that fight...
What Shmuley's saying in that video, he didn't assimilate because he doesn't support Israel. That's not American values.
Right, exactly. Those aren't American values.
He didn't assimilate to America because he doesn't support arming Israel.
Right. So if they're going to pick that fight and make Mamdani their target, then I think you have to defend him from those attacks, just like we defended Donald Trump from the Russiagate attacks. We didn't defend Donald Trump because we love Donald Trump. We defended him because the attacks were unfair and very destructive. And so that's where we were coming from these past few weeks. And I think it was the right thing to do. It was a little off brand for us to, cover a duopoly race to the extent that we did. I personally don't care if it's off brand. We never care if anything's off brand. We think something's important, we cover it and we say what we got to say, and that's that. And I understand, the videos didn't do as well as a lot of our videos do because it's something different, right? But it's a lot of it is because Russ and I are both New Yorkers. But yeah, we felt a special responsibility to try and push back against some of that stuff. Our feelings of Mamdani really notwithstanding. All righty. Well, that looks like a show. I think that is everything. Thank you all very much for being here today. Appreciate you all. Long one today. Wow, cracked the 4-hour mark. How do you like that? We got a lot to do. Thanks to our YouTubers. Thanks to our Rumblers. Thanks to our mods for keeping the peace in the chat. Thanks to our guest, Caleb Maupin, for coming on and talking to us. Always a pleasure to hear from Caleb. We will see you all Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks very much for being here today. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.